Lequado, and Nashin, Yatiho. So, it's not neat, clean or late. And announcements. Mr. Tahi, do you have any announcements for us?
Chair, members of RDC, this morning, Mr. Emmanuel Rico sent out an email indicating that the petition for the special meeting for Navajo Nation Council for June 2nd didn't meet the necessary requirement for a majority of signatures. So there will be no special council meeting for Friday on legislation 008722 via teleconference. In addition, RDC has approved travel for Navajo Transitional Energy Company to tour the Powder River Basin mines. So we have that on the calendar for next week. In addition to that, on Tuesday, June 7th is New Mexico Primary Day. I would encourage everyone to exercise their right to go out and vote in the state of New Mexico. The chair, members of RDC, that's my announcement. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any announcements?
Mr. Chair, this is Delegate Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, honorable members of Resources and Development Committee, Delegate Stewart, I just want to say thank you to my colleagues. Friday at we had a signing ceremony done here at Monument Valley. Monument Valley Welcome Center, the Utah Water Rights Settlement Agreement signing ceremony at Alia. From the state of Utah Governor, Lieutenant Governor, Interior Secretary Deb Holland, and the Navajo Nation President, Mr. Jonathan Mays, and the Vice President Myron Lizer. I just want to say thank you to Chair Chairman Nez, and Delegate Freeland, my colleagues, 24th Council, Vice Chair Raymond Smith, and Delegate Charlene So. I just want to say thank you for that. That was I see I see the San Juan County residents, Utah Navajos. I see I presented a blanket, a Pendleton blanket to Senator Mitt Romney. Mr. Chair, the day before the signing ceremony, Thursday, we did a tour. We went into Copper Canyon, the proposed road project from Ojeto to Natas on a tour. Lieutenant Governor from Utah, senators, UDOT, especially on that tour, we had chapter officials from Ojeto and also Shida, Shanto chapter president, Mr. Roland Small Canyon was also on the tour. So I think Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. You have done an excellent job for your communities. OJ Toto, Toto, not on a person done the shot. Eben Nacha, Utah Water Rights Settlement Audubon so Kehen Sasman the Nabanan Agi. Thank you. Any other announcements? Then yeah, Hope Kushila, we'll move down to number 2 on the agenda.
Chairman.
Yes.
Yeah, this is update yelling Chairman. And Chairman.
Yes.
Delegate Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Chairman. I ran out and wanted to make an announcement. Good morning. I'm sorry I was whispering in there. I'm currently at the New Mexico Tribal Leaders Summit right now over here at San Diego Pueblo, and I'm sitting in the chair for Speaker Damon this morning. What I'm going to do is I'm going to tell the governor, Governor Shelby Huangshim, who's with us, all the tribal leaders, including President Nez, expressed our issues and concerns all across the board that impact the Navajo Nation and how we can collaborate and work with the state of New Mexico. Everything from outlay to transportation to funding, to education to economic development, everything that impacts us as a whole and how we can work with the state of New Mexico. Another big one, of course, is public safety. I'm here with Chairwoman Charles Newton, Honorable Henyo, myself, and Honorable Chairman Daniel So, each representative from the 4 communities. What I would like to do is maybe request the New Mexico State Engineer's Office. They're doing a really nice, good presentation right now on updating the NOAA forecast for La Nina and the potential for upcoming monsoons. I think we as a committee need to hear this report from the State Engineer's Office. It's also on drought and the water situation too in the state of New Mexico, but as a part of the Navajo Nation is included with that report. So I'm going to ask Mr. Tahi to include, I'm going to request from the State Engineer's Office to work with Mr. Tahi on giving RDC a report, an update on the La Nina situation and how we could potentially be looking for some upcoming rain that will really help our drought situation on the nation. So we've got to continue to pray for rain and stress that importance as well. So I just wanted to let you know where I'm at today, and today's the last day. But I'm here to, of course, really advocate for issues related to our committee, of course, infrastructure, transportation, economic development, transportation. Those are critical areas that we can work with the state of New Mexico on, especially transportation on District 5 and District 6. Another area that will be discussed as well is investments in broadband, as well as the hydrogen situation, which the state of New Mexico is really pushing. So I just want to give you a quick update on that, Chairman, my colleague, and give you a good morning, greetings this morning from San Diego Pueblo, New Mexico. Thank you, Chairman.
Honorable Freeland, are you requesting a report from the state to RDC? And if so, we can put that on the agenda for the next meeting.
Yeah, I can request that for next meeting, Chairman, and I'll let the state engineer's office know.
Okay, thank you.
If you give that update to us all. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Honorable Freeland. Any other announcements, Shananda? I hear none. We'll go to number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. We'll have introductions at this time. Honorable colleagues, Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Chair, committee members, staff, everyone that's with us on this call this morning. Thomas Walker, age leader. We are Western Agency, Nashako. Ado chapters Banashagi a loop to Lonnie Lake, Cameron, Coal Mine, Birch Springs, chapters Banashako. At Bande 110 chapters what ended. Dice the Bande what ego. At Shineko. Shinanta, good to hear your voices and the exchanges of information and greetings. I love so it is. You don't get to hear that. You get Honorable Stewart call. Kehava again. So what data? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Honorable Daniels.
Mr. Chair, Nana Kodo, the RDC members, the staff, Shesh Kahasing, Dino Slagi Kodo, Shikodo Herman Daniels Jr., Adon Enslin Gapetani, Closashan, Dashaje, Hashkazo, Dashanala, Toye Glini, Nakredane, Dashache, what I the Nensle one, to Nana Kodo, I can hitini, though let it be Penibie. Nana not the on or jet or shot or dot that happy can a banashness or that is a death of Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland.
Chairman and colleagues, good morning. Today, Mark Freeland, Shiro, I don't think put on the floor up here on the buses chain. I don't think the Canada should say, I don't know, another. Ladies, also card is not sorry. I represent 8 chapters out of Eastern Agency, Crown Point, don't know how to say. I out of Vicente, though Lake Valley, White Rock, Herfano, and Nayada. Good morning to one and all. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Honorable Stewart.
Good morning, Shania, Chairman. Nez, Aron Dash, Vice Chair Walker, Aron Dashania, our colleagues, 24th Navajo Nation Council, this morning, Aron that guests, visitors, presenters, like Peggy and the staff, Mr. Tahi, Dosh, Ms. Khan, and all others online, staff and legislative branch or executive judicial branch. He's going to get this morning. Shea Wilson, C. Stewart Jr. A and Shea Do Quitson A and Schle. Manage Education, Bashes Chin, Kachin, that's a Che Dubbing Point, that's Chanella. Arotzel, Tobik, Helchi, when he did but had the Shah and the 45th agency for representation for the Resource Development Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Consortium, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Honorable Kealan Begay. None. Shay Harignazin, she Hawasanan, or Zay Hachini, Bushes Chin, Sanahabitin, that should Chado, Kia Ani, Ada Shanala, as Tango chapters, Banash, Nashigate, Sadak on San Juan, in Hamza, Do El Kay, East Tosakad, Adot, East Neshkish, what I Banash, and Lendo, yet, Banana, what I must get Shay Crossstaff, Mr. Tai.
Good morning, Chair, members of RDC. Those online, my name is Rodney Tahi. I'm the Legislative Advisor for Resource and Development Committee. I'm Kia'ani and Senja Kine, and I'm originally from Steamboat, Arizona. And I want to say thank you for that beautiful prayer this morning, Delegate Stewart. It's a great way to start the day and start the meeting. Back to you, Chairman.
Thank you. We also have Ms. Karen Chi. Ms. Chi, press *6 to unmute. Ms. Khan?
Oh, yeah, Ed Honorso. This is Mariana Khan. Don't end the Slinigi a toy leaning this, but any buses chain, us to dash it say 10 Jakina dash another. How could our son this? Mr. Chair and members of the Resources and Development Committee, I will be listening to the call. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Ms. Chi, are you on the call now? None? Nehebeshma Annesto Nave Punanes is down. Honorable So.
Good morning,
Otto.
members of Resources Development Committee. Auto so is here. Now, could nan slido to hit lini. So tapa hai bashin. I'm a member of Law and Order Committee, and I'm just on the line to hear you guys out. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Yate Pena, so Chairman Rick Nance, Yate Pena, Jimmy Yellowhair, Yate. Could all he said, like already see, there's a very important subject on the agenda. Sheikh Tohan and Shin Torch in was Chinanda, the Shin Shade, Eroska, Notational, Jilchi Maria Asa Arina, Shanley, Black Mesa, Holier, Are, Panasha, Black Mesa, and Jilichi, Ara, Forsley, Ajbana, Shara Pinion, do Whipple, Aranda, Heart, yeah, still later on, Washington, the artist in here. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Yellowhair. We have quite a few people on the call. I'll just go down the list and recognize them. We have from Washington, D.C., Mr. Orlando Teller. Thank you for calling in. We also have Mr. Dave Zeller from NAPI, as well as Elvina Earnhardt from NAPI. Division of Economic Development. We have J.T. Willie, Elaine Young, Douglas Capitan, Mr. Mike Halona, Land Department, from Yavapai County, Jeff McNeese and Roger McCormick. Good morning, Ado, Mr. Taft Black Horse, Ado, Miss Gloria Tom, Mr. Rex Kuntz, David Schultz, and Lester Lee from NTUA. Rainey Nelson. Thank you for getting on the call with us today. We'll move down to reviewing and approving the agenda. Mr. Tai, could you read the agenda, please?
Chair, members of RDC, the proposed agenda reads as follows. Resource and Development Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, special meeting Thursday, June 2nd, 2022, 10 a.m. Presiding, Honorable Ricky Nez, Chairperson, Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Vice Chairperson. Location via telecommunications. 1. Call the meeting to order, roll call, invocation, and announcements. 2. Recognizing guests and visiting officials. 3. Reviewing and approving the agenda. 4. Reviewing and approving the journal. None. 5. Receiving reports. A. Report by Division of Economic Development on the Navajo Nation economic development that has occurred to date. Presenter, J.T. Willie, Division Director, Division of Economic Development. B. Report by Navajo Nation Land Department on the home site leases for the Navajo people. Presenter, Mike Colonna, Department Manager, Navajo Nation Land Department. C. Report by Navajo Nation Land Department on all the cell tower owners updating their operation on the Navajo Nation. Presenter, Mike Colonna, Department Manager, Navajo Nation Land Department. D. Report by Navajo Nation Land Department on the sale of 7 acres of land to Yavapai County to expand the airport in Seligman, Arizona, so the airport can be in Federal Aviation Administration's compliance. Presenter, Mike Colonna, Department Manager, Navajo Nation Land Department. E. Report by Navajo Tribal Utility Authority on the challenges and issues relating to power lines and wastewater facility infrastructure development for primary and secondary growth centers. Presenter, Rex Kuntz, Deputy General Manager, Navajo Tribal Utility Authority. 6. Old business, none. 7. New business. A. approving to cancel Resource and Development Committee's regular meeting on Wednesday, June 8, 2022, due to Navajo Transitional Energy Company tour of the Powder River Basin mines, and scheduling a special meeting for Friday, June 10th, 2022 at 10 a.m. teleconference. 8, close of meeting announcements and adjournment. Chair members of RDC, that is the proposed agenda read into the record. Back to you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Tahe. Honorable members of RDC, let's have a motion and a second. Motion.
Chairman, motion, Stewart.
Honorable Stewart, thank you. Second.
Mr. Chair, Daniels here, second.
Honorable Daniels, thank you. Honorable members of RDC, any other, is there any comments or questions on the agenda, main motion? Atenya Hakoshila, we'll go ahead and put it to a vote. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Chairman, I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay votes green. According to his text message, welcome, Honorable Begay. Honorable Daniels.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniels votes green. Honorable Freeland. Honorable Freeland votes green according to his text message. Honorable Stewart.
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart votes green. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. Number 4, there's no journals. None. Is there a motion to suspend the floor rules to go to new business?
Chairman, I make that motion.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, thank you. Is there a second?
Stewart.
Honorable Stewart, thank you. Any comments or questions? None. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay votes green according to his text message. Honorable Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Daniels votes green. Honorable Freeland votes green according to his text message. Honorable Stewart.
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart votes green. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. We'll go directly to new business where there's only one item. New business, number 7A, approving to cancel Resources and Development Committee's regular meeting on Wednesday, June 8, due to Navajo Transitional Energy Company tour of Powder River Basin mines and scheduling a special meeting for Friday, June 10, 2020 at 10 a.m. teleconference. Honorable members of RDC, let's have a motion and a second.
Chairman, I motion.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Is there a second?
Stewart.
Honorable Stewart. Thank you. And I have a recommendation to change the time from 10 a.m. to 9 a.m. since we'll have a special meeting on the 10th. Ashby, Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Chairman, yes, I concur.
Okay. Honorable Stewart.
Yes.
Okay. Any comments or questions? None. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay votes green according to his text message. Honorable Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Daniels votes green. Honorable Freeland just texted in his vote as green. Honorable Stewart.
Green.
Honorable Stewart votes green. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. Okay, we're done with new business. We'll go back up to reports. First report will be by the Division of Economic Development on the Navajo Nation economic development that has occurred to date. Presenter will be Mr. J.T. Willie, Division Director, Division of Economic Development. When Mr. J.T. Willie's done with his report, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, could you facilitate the meeting? I'm going to be headed to Newcomb for a heliport ribbon cutting ceremony. So at this time, Mr. J.T. Willie, you have 20 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Members of the Resources and Development Committee. As mentioned, J.T. Willie and Shia Tapan Shlino Tkachini Ebashichin, Hashihe Edashachero Kiane Dashanella. She Bas Added ICA Nasha, the Division Director Selling Dikon Dandishkanchkarigi Division of Economic Development. I am joined on the call by various employees, my team from the Division of Economic Development, who will also be available for questions and also to participate in the presentation. Mr. Tahi, I did send the report to you via email this morning. I also attached 3 exhibits in reference to the report. I do believe, honorable members, you have received that report. I'll be going through the just some brief highlights from the report just due to the timing of the presentation. The initial update is located in the DED update titled DED Update June 2022. In this PDF document on the first page, page 1, labeled at the bottom, there is a summary that outlines where we are at as of to date. The Division of Economic Development, we recently completed Q2, and we are now in the last month of the 3rd quarter. There are 7 departments that report respectively to the administrative office within the Division of Economic Development. I am glad to say that all offices under DED are fully staffed in the supervisory positions. This has been a I don't want to use the word hindrance, but it has been one of our shortfalls that we have been facing since I've assumed my position back in 2019. And now that we have fully successfully fulfilled all of the supervisor positions within the division. There is some exceptions with some vacancies within the division that have not been advertised. Currently, though, we do have an economic development specialist advertised for our Fort Defiance RBDO. Other offices are preparing JVAs to submit for advertisement for those positions, respectively, for each of the departments. Each of these offices have been fully staffed, and since Q2, because of the reduction in restrictions that we have been facing due to the Navajo Nation public health orders. So what we had been doing for the past 2 years since FY 22-21 is rotating schedules for the safety of staff. But it has been since Q1 of FY 22 that for the safety of staff, we've been going through some rotation of those schedules and now moving people back into the offices pretty much full time within this past year. Of course, with safety precautions put in place. As you can see on page 1, again, the departments I outlined some updates for honorable members to reflect upon the managerial positions within the Division of Economic Development. Those are respective to myself as a division director, our newly hired economists that came on at the beginning of the fiscal year, Ms. Alicia Murphy, our business regulatory department with Mr. Nota Silversmith, our project development department with Mr. Anthony Perry, and our real estate department, our new supervisor that came in over the past year or two, Ms. Brenda Jesus, and our small business development department, Ms. Elaine Young. Each of our respective offices that honorable members are familiar with, starting with our central office, Ms. Martina Yazzie is our new supervisor program manager for the Chinle RBDO, Central RBDO, as well as for our Eastern RBDO, Mr. Jeremy Buckinghorse, who has also been selected for that position over the past year, fiscal year. Our Fort Defiance RBDO, Ms. Libby Balteau, our Shiprock RBDO, Ms. Margie D, and lastly, our Western RBDO, Mr. Edward Little. Another change that we have coming in place is in regards to our support services department. Appreciative to Mr. Tyrone Chi, who has been our delegated department manager. We have selected a incoming manager to take over the responsibilities for that, and the person selected was Mr. Douglas Capitan, who will be starting in that role within the next couple of weeks. Mr. Capitan has been working under my office as a senior project specialist and has applied for the support services supervisor that became available over the past year, and he was selected for that position. Lastly, our tourism department, which is overseen by Mr. Arvel McCabe. On page 1, under projects, I have highlighted the current status. The Division of Economic Development is tasked with various aspects important to the objectives of promoting and supporting an environment that leads to the creation and retention of jobs, and also support business opportunities in the commercial, industrial, tourism, and other private sectors of the Navajo Nation economy. It is also important to recognize that the division has been returning back to normalcy due to the COVID-19 pandemic. As you go on to page 2, I'll be talking about a subject that honorable members had requested update on from our last meeting, and that's regarding the 5-year plan. The attached Exhibit 1, the document is titled Exhibit 1 of the emails that were sent to honorable members. And that is the title of the document is FY22 Economic Tax Activities, Exhibit number 1. Exhibit 1 in that particular document highlights the current status reports for those particular funds related to the various sections in regards to department and by agency. In this particular document on Exhibit 1, the first page of this Exhibit 1 is reflective of the Economic Development Tax Fund. This was pulled from our FMIS under our support services back in April 13th of 2022. As you can see on the page 1, does show current updates as far as revenue and fund balances of projects related to the 5-year planning for the Division of Economic Development. Page 2 of Exhibit 1 also reflects some of the updates again regarding inception to date of projects, the amounts expended and committed to particular projects outlined. In Exhibit 1, I'm also glad that our support services, Mr. Chi, did include some detailed reports on page 3 moving on in the document, which is reflective of each of the projects selected for 5-year planning when this particular document was finalized. Each one of these are labeled by name of project. For example, Ganado Shopping Center, and the original budget was $602,500. And of course, as you can see there, the expense occurred to that is the full amount. Therefore, there's been a zero balance. This is a project managed by our project development department. Each one of these line items are reflective to current updates of these projects that have been taking place under the Division of Economic Development. And of course, moving through the document, the PDF on page 6, this highlights those projects administered by our project development department. Again, these are more your commercial-based as well as your industrial-based projects throughout Navajo Nation. And again, our small business development department, as honorable members know, is another vital component, which is also in collaboration with our regional business development offices. These particular projects, again, outline those projects in the regional communities as to where they are at. The report does reflect the inception to date of those particular projects outlined under our small business development and our regional business development offices. For communication purposes to honorable members, there is a report starting on page 11 of Exhibit 1, which also highlights those proprietary accounts by agencies. They're divided up by each of the agencies as seen on the report: Fort Defiance, Chinle, Shiprock, Western, and Eastern. Each one of those areas, again, reflect upon the amount of investments made by the Resources and Development Committee, Navajo Nation Council, in regards to project build out for each one of these areas. On the conclusion of that particular report on page 13 does have the occurred balances by agencies that shows for investment opportunities to honorable members. And I'm moving on into the Exhibit 1. Also, again, same thing is divided up for our Small Business Development Department and our regional offices by agency projects for honorable members to be reflective of, and also again to show where we have areas lined up for those projects that were recently part of the 5-year plan and the expenses occurred to each one of those accounts. I do apologize for not going through line by line. This is a 22-page document. And of course, I'll give time to members to review these and we can have opportunity to do follow-up on these particular project updates. This is a very detailed project listing that is put into this report by each of the, again, by proprietary based off of the fund account, as well as by department and as well as by agency, so that honorable members can take time to reflect upon that particular report. There will be an update again to this report as we move forward, as we go into moving into quarter 4. And we'll be able to provide that to members of the Resources and Development Committee. Going back to the main report on page 2, there's a second paragraph under 5-year planning, which does discuss the Exhibit 2, and the additional documents are proposed projects that we are looking to move forward in the year 2022 to 2027. These are based upon input from our regional business development offices, as well as their project development for commercial industrial development. In the email that I sent to Mr. Tahi that I believe was forwarded to honorable members, there is a document labeled 5-year plan Exhibit 2. Exhibit 2 does reflect all of the projects for possible investment from the Navajo Nation based upon availability of funds, of course, and seeking other fund opportunities to move these projects forward. At the top of each page, and this is an 11-page document for Exhibit 2, does reflect which area of interest it comes from. So for example, on page 1 of Exhibit 2 does show Small Business Development Department, our regional business development offices, the location of the project, as well as also the synopsis of where we want to see some of these build outs by agency. So for example, our Eastern RBDO, our Chinle RBDO, and so forth. And moving on to the document on page 10 of this particular Exhibit 2 is our Project Development Department and the investment opportunities reflective to our commercial and industrial development projects. In this particular section of Exhibit 2 from page 9 to page 11 is reflective of those areas that show additional opportunity to support some of these projects. There is some of these projects that are reflective from the previous 5-year plan that we are currently still in, and moving those plans forward to continue development for the interests of build out of some of these projects. Again, it's a 11-page document on Exhibit 2 that we can have follow-up on based upon feedback and as well as additional information that we can start to move forward on a new 5-year plan. The current 5-year plan, of course, has been expired because I know priorities of leadership have been based off of the American Rescue Plan as well as other projects moving forward for the nation. It is of interest, again, to continue our development for the 5-year plan and, of course, seeking opportunities for funding from our sales tax as well as other areas of financial resources to continue to build out some of these projects here on Navajo. I did include, again, on page 2 of the main report, does show our Navajo SSBCI. SSBCI stands for the State Small Business Credit Initiative. This particular project is overseen by Mr. Douglas Capitan. And as you can see on page 2 of the main report, page 3 of the main report, page 4 does outline the details of what the Small State Business Credit Initiative does. We will be coming to our oversight RDC to ask for legislative support to start implementing the SSBCI. Of course, this details what is going to be the program to be moving forward and working in collaboration with our partners, the Navajo CDFI, Change Labs, as well as the NIT Chambers. This is an allocation of funds coming from the Treasury Department to use for financial opportunities to support projects here on Navajo, private businesses, private business owners to target particular areas of a lending network in order to provide more capital capacities for our Navajo entrepreneurs. Of course, the team in working with Department of Justice have been looking to summarize 3 different areas of interest, which are loan guarantee, loan participation, and venture capital funding for this particular SSBCI program. Again, I will allow honorable members to read through that particular section of the report, and then we can provide follow-up as need be. At the end of page 4, there is a detailed area in regards to the Artisan and Business Grant. We are appreciative to honorable members of the Navajo Nation Council for providing us what was known as the Defunded CARES Act. Because of the timelines we were facing under the CARES funds, this program had concluded abruptly, and now with the allocation of funds back to the division under the first allocation of the ARPA funding, we were able to start moving this program forward. It has taken some time because of the internal process to procure a vendor to assist us in this process. The division has finally concluded all the requirements that were outlined by DOJ and OOC to get a contract put together. We have selected priority 1 vendors, Navajo owned and operated, from both building nations as well as Tulsa advisors to assist us in the check processing, the auditing process and review of these particular programs and applications that will be coming in for artisan grants and small business grants. We do have staffing on board administering the program here at our central office. We also have staffing available at our Tuba City location. We will be going online here in the next couple of weeks. We did not want to continue to hold off on running the program, so we started doing paper and in-person applications at this time. And of course, there's more detail to read into in regards to that program. As we move forward, we're in our 2nd week. We've already have processed payments to those artisans as well as businesses. I believe we're over a $1 million spent so far in regards to that program. It's been about 2 weeks open thus far. Our Navajo Business Opportunity Act on page 5, there have been proposed amendments and open sessions for public comment. This has been a task that Mr. Nota Silversmith has been working on over the past year and has provided some dialogue. Of course, we are working with our Department of Justice to finalize some of those comments and prepare a legislative intent to make some changes and amendments to the MBOA to be more business friendly for our priority vendors through the Navajo Nation. Very important dialogue to speak to because I know the ARPA fundings have been a priority for our leaders here on Navajo. At the end of page 5, this does have a small summary of the business site lease amendments that we had spoken to. And these amendments were in regards to the administrative plans. And we did meet with honorable members of the RDC back on April 7th. And at that time, we were to provide some strikeout language for honorable members to review and then prepare legislative language for to approve those changes. We are still in the final works with Department of Justice reviewing those documents before we move forward to present that to honorable members of RDC. ARPA DED proposed projects. Under legislation 0086-22, which is sponsored by Honorable Mark Freeland, the following projects were identified to present for proposals for allocation of funding in the amount of $45.4 million. These are in regards to a lot of the infrastructure build out for tourism-based projects, as well as industrial projects over at our Church Rock facility and to supporting those, and as well as also commercial projects, like for example, Nahat Atzil, as for the water support there, located at our Sanders commercial site. Bottom of page 6 does reflect the BIDF. I have also attached a exhibit number 3 to the email that Mr. Tahi has forwarded to honorable members. Exhibit 3 does show a detailed report that was developed by Mr. Chi in collaboration to where we are at. The division has removed the moratorium as of April 6th from the BIDF and is now ready to seek investments for loan investments from the business community. So we have been advertising those through our regional offices. There has been an official memo that has been sent out. Concluding this report here, challenges that we have faced have been in regards to shortfall funding for our tourism department. The administrative budget has picked up those expenses to continue to keep employees hired and paid, as well as to meet some operational needs for that department. Of course, the 164 process for grant funding. Our construction season is upon us, and of course, we want to start moving on getting projects going. There has been, again, some hindrances because of the supply chain that we have been facing and cost of materials. Our opportunities, I did include a small detailed 1 through 6 item from our economists. If Ms. Murphy's given some time, she can provide some more details into that. I do know that we are about 19 minutes now for presentation. Some requests that I did include in this report are regards to budget allocations as well as shortfall funding needs, and to start moving on approvals for the business site leasing and 5-year planning to finalize those for the Division of Economic Development. In conclusion, really appreciative to the positive relationship that our division has created and moved forward with the honorable members of the Resources and Development Committee, and also again to continue to support some of those economic development projects and opportunities throughout Navajo, despite some of those internal challenges that we face here, to kind of be more efficient and faster in our progress here. I believe that's 20 minutes as of right now, so I'll turn it back over to your Honorable Chair. Thank you for the time to provide this report.
Okay, yeah, Shisui. Thank you, Willie. This is Thomas Walker, Vice Chairman. Our chair, he's excused for the time being. He's got another matter to attend to. So in the meantime, so I'll be presiding this portion of the meeting. Appreciate the report, committee members. Is there a motion to establish? You need to establish a motion to accept the agenda, accept the report. I'm sorry. Nanda, is there a motion?
Motion, Delegate Rick Nez.
Chairman Nez. Is there a second?
Stewart.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart, for offering the second. Comments and questions, committee members to the report. And as Mr. Willie indicated, there are a number of staff members that can respond to questions, also comments. So, Kashin, Nakahas Adolishnanda, questions and comments. Ado, thank you for providing the material, the documents to the committee this morning, Mr. Willie. So we were going through the documents as you were providing the report. Obviously, we probably can continue to read, at our leisure, read into the material provided. Report Honorable Stewart, you have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Willie. Sound like Speedy Gonzalez. Better slow down, catch your breath. But my question to you, Shatila, is through the legislation that we did, 00722, for the allocation of 900,000 for tourism funding. Are we going to move forward with that considering in your report that you stated that the tourism needed funding. Right now, as you are aware, it's still in NTUA committee, and we keep putting it on the taking it off the agenda. So some guidance on that one should let us what we need to do with that one, as well as the other one, 003, I believe. I think there's two of them, but for the same amount and same purpose. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart, for the question. Mr. Willie, you have a response?
Oh, yeah, Mr. Chair. Shiche, yeah, Shanai. I was trying to time myself perfectly so I could make sure I got as much information communicated across as much as I could. In the and I'm glad you asked that question. So since the shortfall of funding because of COVID and the closures of the hotels, as we know, the hotel occupancy tax funds a portion of the tourism department's operational budget. And this was going through the committees, but of course, out of the requests from my office, Shania, you have continued to keep it off the agenda because of the priority of the ARPA allocation. We wanted to make sure that we continue to support the priority of getting those projects through on the ARPA funding before we moved anything else forward. I do know that Honorable President has issued a moratorium on some of the nation's financial assets, so therefore we continue to hold off in due respects of that. But of course, I think we're going to get to a point now where we will move forward. So that would be my guidance to you, is that we are ready to move the language forward because of the continued lack of financial resources that our tourism department has been facing over this past year. As I mentioned, the division has continued to support the tourism department from the administrative office. The administrative office is where my office sits, myself, plus the staff that report to me, including our economists. And so therefore, the funding that comes from our budget through the process, we've used that to continue to support our tourism departments. Staffing has been a priority because we don't want to lay off individuals or withhold any kind of payment financially to them from their paychecks. So we've continued to transfer funding by the month as need be, or by the quarter as need be, until we have some movement on those legislations. So I believe it's becoming crucial to us now to start moving that forward. So yes, that would be my response to you, Shania. Honorable Stewart. Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Willie. Honorable Stewart, follow up, Shania.
And we'll move forward with those, and I'll put those back on the agenda. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you again. Committee members, any other questions and comments to the report? Question, committee members, questions, comments. So on you hit your report, Liagi from Division of Economic Development, Division Director in Yitlasnet. So that you Yilla. It does that.
Vice Chair Walker, this is Delegate Crotty.
Okay, yeah, this is Honorable Crowley.
Oh, yeah, yes. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Did you have a question, comment?
I had a request and a question.
Okay, you can go ahead, proceed.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Well, while the committee is reviewing the report, and while we're in the question period, thank you, RDC committee members, Chair, Vice Chair, advisor staff, and those who are on the call. Thank you, Shaj, Mr. Willie, for your report. If I could get a copy of the report, I think that would be helpful in terms of looking at some of the directives or legislative concerns that are being developed regarding the Division of Economic Development One area is how water development projects will be developed along Highway 491 to assist with the operating and maintenance cost of the Navajo Gallup water line. The other area that I would be looking for is if the small business loan program is up and running, if there's any guidance from the oversight committee in terms of if that program should still continue to be situated in the Department of Economic Development, or have there been conversations of working with the Navajo Nation CDIF board, since they have an opportunity through U.S. Treasury to maximize those loan dollars and provide some additional resources for Navajo small businesses. And my last question would be, and in understanding the unmet need of the tourism department, I can look back at the unmet need request from last year's budget, Exhibit E. And if there's a shortfall and we're getting close to budget season, should we anticipate, or how will that unmet need be incorporated into this upcoming budget? And I just want to state the memo that the Office of the President wrote. It's not the President does not have the authority to issue a moratorium on the council. And so if these legislations are in order, the council can and should act on funding requests, especially if it's impacting direct services. And so we can, again, look at the tourism request and see if it meets the criteria in terms of priorities. And we have not received, committee members, the Budget and Finance Committee has not received any 3-branch priorities, which is part of our appropriation law when it comes to UUFB requests. And as an update, we are also now being delayed with this fiscal year budget because the 3-branch chiefs have not met for this upcoming fiscal year to allocate or to make an agreement on how to allocate dollars, which include the chapter budgets and the chapter non-administrative and capital project budget. So as an update, I just wanted to make that comment in terms of where we're at and how we move forward in our authority as council, and then the executive authority to implement and to fully make sure that these fundings are available to keep the government going. Thank you very much, Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Crowdy, for your comments. And as far as your request, I do believe our staff has sent you the report. Although, Mr. Willie, do you want to respond to Honorable Crowdy's comments and questions?
Oh, yeah, Mr. Chair. Shima, for the questions. The first one, the Navajo Gallup waterline proposal, I do have a separate document that we have been working on. Let me finalize putting some more language in place regarding that particular outline, and I'll get that sent over. Also, I'll also send it to honorable members of RDC for communication purposes. And if you see in the report for the additional proposed projects under 5-year plan, there is some highlighted in there, but not to the point of identifying in relation to the direct access to the Navajo Gallup waterline that's coming out from there. We do have one set up though, which is from the ARPA funding, and that's the one that supports the Church Rock Industrial Park up there. But I'll work on finalizing that report now and get that sent over for review as we start moving forward to discuss the Navajo Gallup waterline. The BIDF, and if you see in the report that was sent over as Exhibit 3, is a detailed, very detailed outline of the BIDF, the sanction that came in place from 2009, and also the implementation of some maneuvers moving this program forward. Of course, we've had some numerous work sessions with oversight to discuss the current status of the BIDF, the sanction put in place on the division, and the priority to start advancing this program forward. And I'm glad you did mention the highlight of the additional funding coming from Treasury through the division that will administer and assign to the two entities, Change Labs and Navajo CDFI. Because of the capacity of both those entities, they're able to manage such loan programs in a diligent manner that, again, has all of the balances put in place. Of course, now with the division's current staffing that has come on board with new members coming in with proposals to bring in a CFO under the division, those again will assist in that particular crucial outline that was put in place by the Auditor General for the corrective action plan, the implementation of that corrective action, and of course the need to get this program moving forward. Of course, based off of advisement, that would be where we would stand on how we can, whether it would stay a Navajo Nation-based financial resource or whether we would make it external to the NCDFI, would really be the ultimate question that we have to analyze some of the pros and cons. What I'll do in addition to the report that you are receiving for the BIDF status, we'll also outline some of those pros and cons in regards to moving such a program outside of the nation's governmental overview and putting it into another holding entity that we collaborate with, which is Navajo CDFI, or even Change Labs, or even another organization that will be assisting in some capacity. So that's what we're kind of looking to do. Again, that's why under the defunded CARES program for the Artisan Business Grant that we hired Navajo businesses, auditing firms, but of course we seek two out in assisting with that process, but there are many more that we can continue to work on capacity in building up regards to creating that financial hub that will assist with small loans, even those larger loans, micro loans for Navajo businesses here on the nation. That kind of leads towards the discussion of a Navajo established financial institution like a bank. And of course, that has been one of the solutions to discuss how we can administer the nation's assets in that manner to support those private Navajo entrepreneurs in their project build-outs. And that has kind of been the underlining factor that we've been facing in some of these projects from moving forward. So I'll include that and also add some detail in regards to recommendations moving forward. The tourism shortfall unmet need, we did request for that the last time, but of course we didn't get the allocation for that. Has been a priority. We've had the financial capacity to manage the entity, the department for being funded under the administrative office. We have been looking at our budgets to pull finances in all capacities to support the need. The department has also been working on continuous outreach. It hasn't been a hindrance on them for outreach. Of course, there has been the limitation of some of those, as you can say, luxury items such as giveaways to be given out at certain events, but it's been in a diligent manner to where we can manage costs in many capacities. And even with the shortfall that the department has been facing, they still managed to prepare and plan the recent economic summit, and they are going to be working on a tourism summit. So we've been using resources within the overall collective division's budget to support the tourism department in this time. But I do believe because of this account and how it's set up, moving forward, there will be some resources coming in once the Navajo Nation has opened back up and hotels have been collecting tax, and that allocation will be there for tourism department coming the next fiscal year. There were some proposed changes in regards to how the proprietary account is set up and shared. There's more detail in that was provided to the Law and Order Committee, and that was regards to policy changes that we had to go before them on how the proprietary account was set up in allocation to both the tourism department as well as Navajo Parks and Recreation. That's another area that is going to be would require more attention from leadership because of how the two entities are separate, but in many times it's kind of assumed that the tourism department oversees the parks, but the parks are its own separate entity under a different division. So maybe some recommendations for reorganization there as we move forward. And again, let me go back to our budgets from last year, and we are preparing to submit those again this year. Mr. McCabe has also already provided those numbers for us coming up as we go into budget season here. I had Mr. Chair, and I had Shema for the questions.
Thank you, Mr. Willie, for the response. Honorable Crowdy, do you have a follow-up?
Thank you, Vice Chair. No, thank you, Division Director Willie, for the response and the insight, and so I could review the report. Other areas that we're looking at, and the challenge with establishing a bank is the federal government's requirements and where we incorporate for the bank. And so there was conversations in the past regarding waiver of sovereign immunity. And so I think it would be an interesting dialogue to find out where we are at in that discussion. But again, how can maximize CDFI and Change Labs to provide that direct support and understanding what's needed for our Navajo entrepreneurs conducting business here on Navajo Nation. I did receive some amendments language to help Navajo entrepreneurs. Is that the amendments you're referring to in this report to move through the committee and get that amendment changed regarding the business laws? That would be my last question. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Okay, go ahead, Nana. Willie, you want to respond to that?
Oh, yes, Shema, the document in regards to the MBOA was the one that we were speaking to. There's very much limitation on the Navajo Business Opportunity Act to look to provide restrictions for some entities that don't procure Navajo businesses. That has been some of the main responses. Mr. Silversmith's also on the line, and I'll have him provide the language to you for review. So I'll get that sent over as well. Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Willie. Other committee members, questions, comments? I think Honorable Key Allen Begay has a question or comment. Honorable Begay. You may have to unmute.
Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. Chairman, other Vice Chair, other committee members. I'm sure it's been heard over and over, but nothing really hasn't been done. Obviously, is the Vision Economic Development help establishing cell towers at these communities, improving cell towers services. The latest situation that we ran into is the establishment and build out of FirstNet for public safety and the those service providers called economic development. I mean, if you look at it, these modern companies, I mean, these companies is relying on modern technologies. If we even having a hard time to establish cell towers, broadband, internet, what makes you think that we're going to be successful? We're still going to probably be the old way of trading posts, just doing transaction over the counter. I mean, I don't have a problem with development. In a way, well, I do have a problem because only certain regions are being targeted, not in some areas, especially within my 5 chapters. The Yego, Kodon, Haban, Setaha Kiss, these chapters are that ECG. So, in some areas, these are roadways, intersections that are Heki, Quagadon, Haban, Setaha Kiss, but I really need some type chairman through your leadership. I need or requesting specific report how important it is for businesses to be successful in modern technology utilizing broadband and internet and even cell tower. What's the overall benefit of these businesses that we're talking about? How much are they relying on these technology? Is this like asking bashers to build a store without having no power line going there and no water line there? And business is not going to build anything over there because they say, well, we don't have water over there. We don't have electricity over there that don't need. And adding on, they're going to say that, well, we can't build. Yeah, you got water and electricity, but we don't have the essential items that we need for transaction. Cell tower, internet service, so I think that's one thing that economic development needs to take a huge step in helping the nation build this particular program. There's 19 towers. There's 3 bigger communities, Shiprock, Kayenta, and Tuba City. If the land department doesn't agree to anything, they're pulling out a lot of these programs. FirstNet, Ninigi, and those other communities off the reservation that already will benefit. That this particular type of service is essential now. It's needed now. It's not a want, it's a need for businesses. Maybe that's the key word right there. How come a lot of these programs are really not pushing to say that internet and broadband is essential now to be developed on the Navajo Nation? On the Department of Agriculture, they're the one that should be stepping up as well. The Transportation Department should be stepping up. The Division of Social Service should be stepping up. The Division of Natural Resource needs to be stepping up. All of these programs, they're essential. It's needed. For Halet Elat Ehenson, Onan, they need Moscow to Hajo Ahwazinda. Hela Yisiki Naha, you have the door, also did our Hashan be taking the Kakoko, did our have the door need. That the next seeds. ako ekwa aki yego speak chairman speak at economic development o yat ehopa and jono khoto ni yat eho which is okay. It's benefiting our Navajo people. But do we want to drag people out here? That's the key thing. I don't think, even if we drag them out here, well, you develop this and then we can start a business and get it done. So, and then also, on the other hand, economic development, postal service. That's another area that we've been talking about it, but yet it seems that the Navajo Nation government really don't have an issue with it. Seriously, really? I mean, I've been even bugging the Department of Justice to really maybe file a lawsuit against the Postal Service to say that why isn't that our Navajo people doesn't have the high-end social postal service on the Navajo Nation, while Congress is allocating billions and billions of dollars of infrastructure. The latest was that there's 119 or something billion Congress had enacted to allocate to the United States Postal Service, but yet a lot of our communities don't even have post office. Even if they have post office, they have an issue mishandling a lot of these mails. And then again, it comes to everything has to deal with economic development. Where are they getting some of these, majority of the elderly getting their funds, their checks? Through the post office. All they're going to do is pick up the check, cash it locally, and possibly buy something right there without going somewhere into town. If there's nothing, no cashing available, nothing available right there, all they're going to do is just drive off and take it to town somewhere. So that age to yego ban si case taki it to that ban yat hit don't hit this I'm getting my mail somewhere where they have able to have services, window service, to buy stamps, to buy envelopes, to get money order, and to get UPS, to get FedEx. I don't have a problem. Yeah, you probably don't have a problem with these metropolitan area. But what about our Navajo people across 110 communities? So those are some essential areas that I believe that Division of Economic Development needs to step up and help develop. We need that. The past several years, the Blue Gap has earned oil and gas. And people begin to say that, well, so sometimes I always think that how long will this take? When will they be in operations? And a lot of these proposals. So, Chairman, I hate making this type of tone, but that's a frustration that we always get into, and that's a frustration that we're going and dealing with our communities. Especially a lot of these services that our communities don't have, especially those smaller communities. They're always being looked away from. They're always being looked away from. Based on they're part of the data in receiving a lot of these funding. So or the men didn't give it peso. Indeed, go out of hard or she let the cargo as good a peso be needed. And I always say that is that yes, there may be bigger communities. The only reason why people is growing there is that because only development is being developed. I mean, housing and infrastructures are being developed there. Should housing being developed in other areas, I'm sure there'll be growth over there. So Chairman, I don't see it's our system the house and they could only not what. But a go should be out addition. So go could do halit I don't need to go at that. So that's the two main areas that I'm asking directly. I'm not asking for a quick, unless you have it in writing, but specifically the benefit, the technology, infrastructure, broadband, how much of a benefit is it to these economic development? How much are they what's the reliability? And then the second one is the post office improvement. This morning, the other thing is that cell towers, a lot of things. They're reluctant to establish cell towers because each cell towers are being told that they got to pay $12,000 fee, no matter where they are, which is okay. I don't mind. Sure. But halit hard la hin deko go di beso ki to jobe chahot nata to so dira haki abahanis to bahnas. And I'm sure I'll continue to talk about it with no action and no activity and no improvement or no recommendation with no plan. Then we'll see that the banana seat on this. But I believe legislations are in place in asking for these to happen, but nothing. So it could also be by seat of the chairman. But I do appreciate the response in writing on this two particular area that I've talked about pertaining to economic development. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Brigade, for your comments and your questions. They're very important to all of us, Jananta, the committee members and colleagues and listening audience. Could I did not either? I don't let nan shabjeta ila. I don't let I had need in at legislation which I would not to the night deep on had need in Ireland. Though they because it does have an effect. Chinanta call division director Satsui. Do you have a response you want to make? Some of the comments. Questions about
like to say something too, Chairman.
Mr. Willie, response?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, Mr. Chair, Shichade Otto, Shanai, Honorable Begay, for the comments and the concerns. I have documented those. I'm glad that I'm also joined on the call by our economist, Miss Alicia Murphy, and speaking in terms of economic development, economic wise here on Navajo. Again, as we know, is a very unique environment as far as the collaboration and efforts develop in order to sustain many of these development locations. And of course, the vital essential resources to sustain these development or even bring possible new developments here on Navajo are based on broadband, access to internet, access to other infrastructures. And of course, since Ms. Murphy has come on board, I've tasked her with many things. And of course, but two of those important things are related to what is known as the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy. And the other one is the behaviors of consumers here on Navajo and lack of resources to, as in many terms that we use, buy Navajo, buy local. And what we lack a lot from the nation side is regarding data, a lot of data collection to sustain our position in regards to for example, as Shania just brought up, the establishment of cell towers, the supporting of modern technology to bring together additional resources to sustain these businesses. And you would think the economic development would be that hub to supply that information in order to, put in legislations or even to provide to our many partners that we work with, whether it's from the county, the state, or federal agencies. We lack the true data to provide to those entities. And so Ms. Murphy has been developing strategies and methods to put into a concise report moving forward, as well as also developing that platform in order to look to those necessities so that, outside of our reservation, you see reports from economists and they report on certain current issues such as inflation. They report on other matters regarding unemployment. They report on sustaining economic business growth or declines in certain jurisdictions. And we've never done such here on Navajo. And we never had that component in place to do so. However, outside of the nation, you have external entities come in and provide that data, collect data, study that data, but you don't actually have it as ownership of the Navajo government or any of its resources. And we lose access to that data over a period of time and it becomes expired. We haven't done a updated comprehensive study. The last study that we did, there was an inclusion located on there, which was inclusive to broadband development, natural resource development, but it didn't really have a concise report to look at hub planning for these regional areas, not specific to just the low-hanging fruits, those opportunity areas on Navajo that Shania reflected upon, and of course that creates a unfavorable decision for development to just those areas and doesn't include fairness to rural area developments here on the nation, especially those really rural areas out in, like, for example, Low Mountain or Black Mesa and such. And so that's what we're looking to do here. I wish that could happen overnight, but I'm glad there's a request for that concise report so that we can detail it out and provide what that reliability of technology looks like for businesses here on Navajo and how to access them as an essential service by way of data. So at this time, Mr. Chair, and of course we're gonna add that to our to-do list for the 2 requests to start working on prioritizing some language as well as using some available resources to us in reflection of data collection, as well as also recommendations in a more detailed report that Shania is asking for. But if you could give me a few moments, I would like to have Ms. Murphy kind of just provide some feedback as well, and then we'll turn it back over to you, Shache, Mr. Chair.
Takoshi, certainly can allow time for the economists, a very important addition to our efforts in economic development for the nation. Welcome aboard and welcome to our meeting, Ms. Murphy. So you have the floor at this time at a request of Director Willie.
All right, thank you for allowing me to respond and provide a few comments about some of the very important issues that were brought up by Delegate Begay. My name is Alicia Murphy. I am the economist and I was hired on about 6 months ago and truly honored to be part of the team with the Division of Economic Development. And it's been an incredible and overwhelming experience thus far. And everything that was mentioned about access to internet broadband, access to these basic infrastructural needs on Navajo Nation those are all part of, in my mind, are all part of economic development as the equation that we seek to analyze when we think about what is the status of Navajo Nation economy, from small businesses to roads, transportation, to access to healthcare, education, and access to water, electricity, and broadband. In considering small businesses and the success of small businesses coming through COVID-19 and what it's done to the world, but what it's done to Navajo Nation in particular, my focus has been, when I was, but even since before I was hired, was where is the Navajo data? Not relying on third parties that have been helpful in the past, like Census and Bureau of Economic Analysis and Bureau of Labor Statistics, but where can we start looking at our internal information sources that will highlight the actual characteristics of our communities? So Mr. Willie mentioned the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy. I am working with a planning group to try to establish a newly structured comprehensive economic development strategy that will include primary data. That means data that's coming from our own Navajo offices, not from the federal government's offices. And that's something that will help our planners, our strategies, our leadership to take inventory of where we are as a nation. And broadband connectivity is essential in the list of all of the various essential items. Just a quick Google search on the importance of internet connectivity for tribal nations. The Center of Indian Country Development with the Federal Reserve Bank has done several research and studies on tribal nations and how they connect to internet and to conduct business. And it's there, it's important. It was part of two conversations and two panel discussions I led at conferences I've attended recently. And many people are interested in data collection to reflect that importance of how tribal communities' needs are different than other rural communities that are non-native. So when I think about my work, I believe that continuing to collaborate with other tribal nations that have possibly tried to do this same data collection, but really it's my goal is to look at each of the 110 chapters and the communities surrounding those chapters, and how are those characteristics of those communities, what are their strengths, and how can we empower those strengths, as well as how can we connect the infrastructure and the basic needs to those communities. And it all starts with data. We need the information before we can start the hard work, and data collection like this is not easy. So I appreciate the comments that Honorable Begay made, and especially the follow-up by Mr. Willie, because it's really going to take an effort on all parts, whether it's tribal government, grassroots organizations, leadership, to ensure that this data that is going to be used, collected and used and protected in the right ways. Data sovereignty was another topic I was able to speak about with other professionals in the economic development conferences that I've attended. So these are on my radar, and I'm so looking forward to this work, and it's going to require a team of people, a team of not just an economist, but a team of research assistants and other statisticians to conduct this work and make sure that for the future, talking about economic development, we have data to rely on. So those are my comments for now, and I appreciate the time that you've given me. Thank you.
Thank you for the response, Ms. Murphy. Oh, Mr. Willie, pronunciation.
daga idea.
On the line with us is Delegate Yellow Hair, Jimmy Yellow Hair. So shall we do? I need to Honorable Yellow Hair.
Pro Temp, Vice Chairman, Kodo Resource Development Committee, Hobby East, what he, all of us, 24 level, Kodo Resource Committee, she was around. She did not, he's very important, talking about Division of Economic Development. Thank you, J.T. Willis, Division Director and Lineage Division of Economic Development. Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Thank you very much for your information that you've given us. Too very important. She could only to the team. I should never punish it up at the shadow and I do by a tiki company. So it has on it. I know share what about it. Say anyway, cripple well, Jin, do anyway, penny on the tie. We need saltari, a craggy. Don't let the team and lay Black Mesa towards the yield point, Wood Creek Canyon. Don't we need saltari to go? You can not equal. A call. Diva STG, ya development had not adult let or need had no only adult yet, adult young class a knowledge developed or little, he not only pay meet 8 or hot off Kiddish team. A could a cell tower, a got you need, and cell tower 1 a got you need. Echo the hot chin a deeper rising Sunday, out of T-Mobile than teacher. How can we expand this cell tower? A craggy on head and hot a call. Peter, Falet I put the date Niliat in an an Jonas Auto, Daphne, Celia ST, Armoky LK. Let's improve a lot to develop these broadband or cellular one. They collaborate in the store unit and the college students. What a credit or span out only. I don't know this cell tower could but I see the Budget Finance Committee. But let could cellular one in Hitchina late or later. I understand we pay the cellular one, and the cellular one should pay Navajo Nation. If Mr. Willie asked it off and just he crazy. He and he began his lot of the next cellular one. So paid up a tar usually they make money out of us at the end the thing we still to modify the contract by Yastiko. I don't that the crazy don't know the Kuro Mercury Rescue Plan Act Fund by 80. The 86 BA Sabi Yako. Did it? Kodoki, Mr. Willie, John Nan, Adida, Division of Economic Development Division Director, and Ako, did Asai blanket Ilya and John Dotson, Abahasi, put it on one purchase order to establish other cellular one that no isn't in the Bendit Nishanson. He not all so Sazaki Elm the Gata. Sponsor it or lit. I want chapter 80, and let's look at all 110 chapters. So, and he art and he when he said, no, what else we can do a lot of shortcut to take care of this business. And one time, take care for our people out there, broadband and cellular one. Also, I'll make my suggestions. Thank you to Mr. Thomas Walker for all shutting on his Pro Temp Chair. Also, yeah.
Yeah, Honorable Yellow Hair. It's when Ado Benson Kisigido, the Hinziko, Tashibe. Aban the day kiss in the Nigita behind the Gita. Chulata, let the husband talk. I call Honorable Stewart, you speak. You have the floor now. Yeah.
Thank you. Aaron, Miss Murphy, and listening to the discussion thus far, I do have a couple more questions. The Division of Economic Development, Aaron, Mr. Silver's Department of Transportation, as far as the economic growth within all 110 chapters, are there grants being submitted as far as the scenic byways improvement throughout the Navajo Nation? What is the status as far as working in those grants to make sure that the high volume areas, Canyon de Shea, the Page, the Minor Valley, to improve those routes to and from those areas, in these grant writings that are being done, if they are being done, what are we doing as a nation, and what is the Division of Economic doing as well to make sure that the words that we hear on the radio by Native American, by Navajo, to the physical recovery, in the discussions that we have had thus far with AD 0086 and 0087, far as the ways to use those funds, my stance has been to push them forward towards small business and the businesses out there on the nation. It is stated physical recovery. I want to see what can we do, because of the fact that the RDC members and the we have different individuals as far as cell towers go, as well as the solar systems go, and different entities coming in to say it's hard for us to do that. On the report that you gave should so that you know that there are various businesses within the 4 chapters that I represent. I'm sure it's like that across the other 106 chapters of as far as a small C-store, as far as a grocery store, as far as a gas station or a street improvement to a daycare. These economic impacts that each of these communities have, what in your division, what has been done within the time that this economic such as has come in, what are those areas, and what can we see as far as a can we get a project schedule milestones, and how soon can we get that for the nation of where we're trying to say that we want these fundings for the chapters, but it needs to go back out to the communities to kind of push back towards getting them, these small businesses, these electricians, these welders, plumbers, construction workers, those little guys out there that are trying to start their business, to give them that step up to say, okay, yes, we need homes, we need bathroom additions, we need plumbing replacement, septic tank replacement, to say, okay, here's your funding, your portion of the funding, go do what you need to do within your community, and let's get these businesses going. Because for me, that's what this funding should be used for, that we're getting. And you did mention CDFI, and then how are we working with CDFI and in the Chamber of Commerce to say, okay, this is where we're at, this is what you're going to do, and how far along are they working with you all to say this is our plan based on it. We're not going to hang on to it, we're going to expedite it right away within this time frame, 10, 20, 30 day time frame. That's what we're going to look at to prove to the nation that we are helping these small businesses. Those milestones. What is that going to look like, and what are we looking at for the nation in those areas that I asked? Ms. Murphy, and the staff there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Stewart, for your comments and your questions. Mr. Willie, Director Willie, you want to respond to that?
Oh, yeah, should say, Honorable Walker, Mr. Chair, in response to Honorable Yellowhair's feedback in regards to the cell towers, of course, taking those recommendations into place, as I mentioned, with Ms. Murphy's initiatives that we are looking for data collection, as well as also working towards to establish business site leasing could be also an opportunity for us to talk to when it comes to cell towers. Ms. Elaine Young, has had some feedback in regards to that. So if I could, at this time, just turn it over to Ms. Young really quick, and then back to me, then I'll respond back to Shania, Honorable Stewart. So Mr. Chair, if I could have Ms. Young respond.
Okay, Ms. Young, you have the floor.
Good morning. This is Elaine Young. Na Clayton National Shihe Bashish Chin. Desh Chine Yadashinala Tlisatlane Dashiche. And I'm with the small business department manager, and I oversee all of the RBDOs. And in regards to the question, Chair, and then those that are listening, the committee and Vice Chair, in regards to Mr. Yellowhair's question on the cell tower needs in those two areas that was mentioned, and then as well as possibility, I believe I've heard, is modifying contracts and things like that. But first, I just want to mention that those cell towers, as far as the location and where they're at, they're under the land department. As far as these cell towers, when they are established. So with that, we don't have any business site leasing with Cellular One or any other companies that do come on the Navajo Nation. But, and then again, they are for-profit business. And it was mentioned, are we losing money? Should we be charging them? Are they making money off the Navajo Nation? So with that, the Division for Economic Development, we can work with them, and we can also issue them a business site leasing. So they are paying rental to the nation on these areas that they are located. So at this time, they are under land department, and this could be in an initial discussion with land department, Mike Colonna. And if there's a possibility, if there could be a rental that could be applied to these cell tower, Cellular One. So in essence, going back to one of T. Ellen Begay's question too, is that the cell tower, again, is the benefit. Yes, businesses do heavily rely on these cell tower and internet. They do benefit in various areas, you know, running their pumps, the gas, and also they're running their credit card, which is utilizing, a lot of these travelers utilize credit card rather than cash. So, and then also too, you know, just the basic communication and the basic reporting within their business operation. And it's a very essential part of doing business. And then as well as the postal service that was mentioned, moving forward on any plans for the postal service, Hatninigi, we're looking at, and when we work with these small C-stores, we are looking at all of those inclusive, meaning that if these C-stores does come up, if it's a plan or in the works, we try to also look at if there is a postal service needed within that area, depending on the radius of the location of that C-store. So it is, and that we'll work with Ms. Murphy on these areas and these needs too as well. And then how many of these C-stores also do provide postal service? And then how many of these C-stores do not provide postal service as well? So hopefully this answers some of the questions that were raised. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Mr. Willie?
Oh, yeah, Chiche. Otto, thank you, Ms. Young, for the response as well. In regards to follow up to Shania's questions regarding our economic growth zones grants that are submitted, on the main report that I submitted, there's an area listed on the last page which reflects our areas of concern, and those, I'm sorry, on page 6, the challenges that we've been facing in the top of page 7. Item number 2 is the 164 process on grant funding. And in regards to grants, our division seeks out other funding opportunities outside of the nation's assets to meet some of the needs for example, feasibility studies or any other infrastructure support to develop projects. Our tourism department has been the lead recently in seeking outside external funding. So over the past year, Mr. McCabe has been granted 2 grants in regarding tourism-based project zoning. And they have been in the holdup, unfortunately, in the internal process that we have set up by way of the 164, as well as the oversight for those particular funds. And so therefore, we've already lost about 6 months since we've been granted those funds to move them forward. And of course, we're going to work with the grantee to work with us on timelines so that we can move those grants forward. So to answer that question, yes, we do seek outside grant funding, particular for economic development and tourism, and also to meet some of the needs for feasibility studies or traffic studies or even any other kind of market study and infrastructure grants to help build out some preliminary stages of projects. So Mr. McCabe has been vital in that, and I'm appreciative to the work of our tourism department in finding those fundings. But the only hindrance that we face is once we are granted the award, it has been taking a little long to receive the funds, to approve them, and then get accounts set up. I know members of the nomination council have always brought up the concerns regarding creating of business unit numbers. That's that same process that happens with grants that come in for funding purposes. And also to speak about those areas of setup that also has happened in regards to the funding for the contract that we brought on our 2 priority Navajo vendors to assist us in the CARES Act, in the defunded CARES Act program. That took a little over about 8 months to finalize those contracts before we could move forward to work with these Navajo-owned entities with this program. And I know, Shania, you are very vocal on supporting those small businesses. And in regards to the fiscal recovery to push small businesses, you know, the best that we could do verbally through documentation, write a memo, or even just having one-on-one consultations with other entities that will be receiving fiscal recovery funds to support Navajo businesses, providing copies of the updated listing to their offices. They're also located on our websites, and promoting our Navajo-owned entities because of these funding. That's what the recovery funds do, is it supports Navajo. It should support the local demographic. Because of the tradition of us going off reservation, many cases that does not happen. Ms. Murphy, if you saw under opportunities of the main report, Ms. Murphy has been working on a consumer purchases survey, and she will be providing some final dialogue so that we can provide that final report to honorable members to kind of see what the behavior of spending looks like for consumers here on Navajo. And we did it in relation to the hardship assistance funding that was received by individual members of the Navajo Nation. We will be also adding to our list of to-do kind of the same in regards to Navajo enterprises, Navajo tribal offices, and any kind of entity that seeks outside grant funding. And of course, Mr. Silversmith, under our business regulatory, has also been instrumental in those processes for bid opening for some of our entrepreneurs who have submitted their bids for some of these contracts that have been going out, and what that rate of return looks like for Navajo-owned businesses as compared to non-Navajo. The other portion to that dialogue would include capacity of those smaller entities that are Navajo-owned and compared to entities that are off reservation that have a tremendous amount of capacity as compared to some of our own entrepreneurs. And where we are looking to resolve that situation there reflects on the SSBCI that Mr. Capitan will be administering here pretty soon. The only issue that we have there is that the Treasury keeps pushing back the deadlines to get finalized on that program to start moving it forward to have that capacity for those individuals to apply for it in order to meet the, whether it's insurance capacity bonding or joint venture capital or anything else in relation to those hindrances that Navajo-owned businesses usually face. The impact in regards to milestones will be reflective in the comprehensive economic development strategy and also be reflective of the 5-year planning as to what those project milestones would look like for us. And of course, we're not looking to do it by every 4 years, but more in the base of every 5-10 years. Long-term planning for economic development here on Navajo. And of course, looking at the other bases for zoning and planning in order to see some of these impact of projects moving through. I did a report recently to honorable members of Navajo Nation Council that spoke about the influx of taxation dollars here on Navajo over the pandemic period seemed to be higher because of those purchased procurements of Navajo businesses to do contractual work, and the amount of tax dollars that came back to the nation over the 2020 period. Been waiting on tax to do some updates for some recent reports so we can reflect on those again of what the return of those sales tax dollars for non-retail or retail look like here on the Navajo Nation. In collaboration with our CDFI as well as the Net Chamber on their plans, we did reflect that in our proposal to do the Navajo's SSBCI program. We also have been in collaboration since we were put on notice that we were granted an allocation from the Treasury Department. They've been part of our updates going into a year now of planning out the program moving forward. Of course, we also added a third partner, which is Change Labs located out of Tuba City in regards to the collaboration efforts that we want to carry out and move forward. It's in my hopes that in regards to the SSBCI, that additional funding will be vital for a lot of our smaller capacity businesses to resource. The only other issue that we've been facing is the fact that the financial support to meet the needs to run the programs would be totally separate from the allocations because of the percentage that is allowable to us to use. Over the course of the past year, the division has been receiving proposals from various entities to receive allocations of FRF funding. As honorable members are well aware of, that process goes through the diligent work of Department of Justice's review in regards to the approved categories for spending. Many times we face situations where none of those projects were deemed eligible to us. We have been going back and forth in dialogue to kind of change out some projects so that they become eligible based off of the kind of project build out that would be necessary to meet the needs of these final projects to be finished. And of course, kind of look at other financial resources to finish off projects, whether it's coming from our own assets, financial assets, or even kind of seeking other sort of opportunities out there to meet those shortfall needs. And some of those areas that we've been facing is based on the fact that we have some changes in dollars allocated for build out. For example, the cost of steel has gone up tremendously. There has been a wait list on steel for about going on, I think, 10 months now to receive some steel for build out of projects. And that's been kind of a hindrance on some of what we've been facing, kind of getting updates from the invoices that we have seeked out from these vendors to help us on build out. And then now moving forward, trying to pick up where we have left off and also meet the needs again of where we would find those resources to continue to support those projects. So that concludes my remarks at this time. Shania, Honorable Stewart, thank you. And I'll turn the time back over to you now, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Willie, for the responses up to this point. On our agenda, we have several more report items. I can see we can spend a lot of time on this report because it's very, very important, critically important at this point in time. All the reports, Honorable Freeland, do you want to comment, question? I saw your text message earlier. Honorable Freeland.
Good morning, can you hear me? Good afternoon.
Go ahead, I can hear you.
I had to star six myself. RDC members, with any colleagues and staff, Mr. Willie and your team at Division Economic Development. I'm very proud of our new economist. She comes from Crown Point, Ms. Murphy, and of course Mr. Capitan as well. You got a great team, Mr. Willie. All of your program managers. You mentioned several others, but we just want to say thank you for all of your work and all the things that you do to help garner and provide economic opportunities for the Navajo Nation. Today, I am over here at Sandia Pueblo, and I'm here attending the New Mexico Tribal Leaders Summit. And I did get a chance to talk to the State Cabinet Secretary, Alicia Keys. By the way, that's a very cool name, Alicia Keys. She's not the actual singer, but Cabinet Secretary Alicia Keys, about economic opportunities here in the state, but also in the Navajo Nation, and how can we work with them further. And she did say that she did speak to you and look at opportunities in collaboration with the Navajo Nation as a whole. I brought up several things to her, and I brought up one of them was, opportunities for the nation, of course, but I brought up how can we work with her office and the Navajo Nation on promoting the film industry potentially. How can we capture some of that revenue to bring to the nation? How can we capture the industry, or how can we attract the industry, I guess is my point, to the nation to help. Whether it's always great that they have parts of the nation in film, but how can we also capture some of that on the nation? And I know, remembering before the pandemic, I did mention to Mr. Willie that there's that big warehouse just east of Fire Rock, and maybe convert that, if we ever get a chance to ever convert that turn that into a movie studio. It is going to take some investment, of course. But you think of the benefits, the potential tax benefits, the opportunities economically, jobs, especially jobs for our people, what that could bring potentially. These are ideas, of course we'd have to keep it on the New Mexico side, unfortunately, but we could also explore going into Arizona side if we ever get an agreement with the state of Arizona, or even into Utah as well. But start with New Mexico and work our way to the other two states. That's an economic opportunity potential that I've always had in the back of my mind. I bring this up because my older daughter is involved and works in the film industry here in the state. And she's not here, but she's actually living in Chicago right now, working on several projects and film up there. So, but to see where she started and where it took her to now, where it's leading her, you think of all the potential Navajo individuals that could get into film and really take off from there and flourish. We have a lot of great Navajo individuals that are involved in the film industry, and they've really flourished. So it's such a huge opportunity for the nation as a whole. We've got such beautiful landscape. We got a lot of areas, of course, a lot of this is involving grazing and approval and whatnot. But just something for us to consider and think about as well. This meeting was yesterday, and of course today we just got done meeting with Governor Lujan Grisham. But one of the key points that was made was on hydrogen and hydrogen development, and that's something that the governor is really pushing here to tribal leadership. But I think of all the opportunities as a whole. What we need to do is it's like putting all of our great minds together, and I'm glad we finally have an economist. And I really want to encourage her and all the individuals at Division of Economic Development. How can we start seeking or getting ideas or seeking new sources of revenue? How can we start thinking about funding the future of the Navajo Nation? How can we start think about the potential funding opportunities that we can create, that you can create? And, it's so important to think about because, I go back to the whole 7-8 hour debate that we had at the Education Center on the closure of Navajo Generating Station in Kenta Mine when we first started as delegates. How are we going to fill that $40-50 million gap of revenue that we lost? How are we going to make that up? And even forecast another 50 million on top of that. Double it. How are we going to do that? How are we going to create these opportunities, these ideas? And what types of sources of revenues can we create as a whole? And I just want the team. I want Mr. Willie, with your leadership, just to consider that and maybe put it in your strategic plan. I'm not. This is a recommendation. What ideas can we start looking at creating, or what ideas can we start putting forth that will help the Navajo Nation seek and gain new sources of revenue? How can we help fund or bring a tax base to the Navajo Nation? How can we help fund our programs? Every year, it's hard to hear during the budget season of programs falling short on funding, or not having the ability to afford a travel vehicle. It's things like that we got to prepare for and plan. You're such a vital division of the whole Navajo Nation government, because you bring those economic opportunities to the nation as a whole, to the mother government. You bring in those revenues, you bring in those opportunities and those ideas to say, what, this is how we can go forth and seek these opportunities out. So I just want to encourage everyone on the team to start thinking about, start planning for the future, start thinking about how we can create a prosper, a financially sound Navajo Nation government that will, of course, be beneficial to our people. And like that, I always tell my chapters, and I've even mentioned it here at the Tribal Leaders Summit when I spoke earlier after President Ned. We have to remind ourselves who are the beneficiaries of the work that we do each and every day. It's a great experience for ourselves, but the work that each of us do, there are beneficiaries, and that's the people that we serve, our people. So just stuff to consider, remind ourselves, and think about a little bit more. And it would be great maybe at some point, Mr. Willie, to put down a plan on paper. Maybe we'll sit down with REC and start thinking about a 5-year plan. Short-term, long-term goals. Just think about things like that, and just outside the box. It doesn't have to be an official document unless you all want to turn it to an official document. But how can we create new sources of revenue? What is it going to take? So I just want to encourage us to start thinking about that. And I say this because I've mentioned to the council numerous times, you know, what is at stake? What is the financial future of the Navajo Nation as a whole? I don't know that. That's a very unknown question now. That's probably the biggest unknown question we have. What is the financial future of the Navajo Nation government? So just something for us to consider and chew on and think about. You know, as a lawmaker, as a policymaker, as a delegate, as a leader, as you know, as somebody that I have to report to. You know, these are things that we have to ensure that we create stability, and we look for that stability. And you know, economics is I get excited when I talk about it, but you know, it's one thing that we have to all put our minds and our all of our thoughts into one bowl and kind of just come out with all these great ideas and all these opportunities. So that's a think. So Eddie Che, I just want to mention that much because I'm here. I'm you know, I've been listening to the call. But, you know, I just want to encourage Vision Economic. I want to encourage you all. I want to encourage Mr. Willie. I want to encourage everyone the call, all the staff that are part of this, whether they're in Winter Rock or at the agency level. We've got to figure out a way to create new sources of revenue. We've got to. It's just so important right now. That's these are things that we think about. You know, crosses my mind, and you know, just thinking about the discussions this morning as well here with Governor Hung and all the tribal leaders. I just want to mention that.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. And thank you for your words of encouragement and support. That is certainly appreciated. Any other comments, questions, committee members?
I'm not a member, but you think so.
Eugene, so? Aiden, you have a question?
Yeah, I just got a little comment I would like to.
Okay.
If you guys can hear. In regards to, there's some things that we kind of overlook. Economic. I'm not an economist or money, how to make money, but in that area. But if you really think about the reservation, how you gonna make money off the reservation? The way I see it is, we need to re-beautify, even though we're the drought and the climate change, the areas where tourists mostly attracts them. Even not hard, what areas really need to be magnified. There are some areas, you know, that we need to think about, and in that regards, it's not only money making. We have to start thinking about how to rebuild our natural resource. Speaking like the canyon DC, it's really, really deteriorating, and there are a lot of gullies, a lot of this and that. Well, it needs to be re-beautified. There was a watershed. I've been saying this ever since I've been the Claimant Council delegate. That was already studied by the Army Corps of Engineers and the Natural Resource Conservation Service in NRC, the United States Department of Agriculture. They already made the study on how much it's going to cost and how it's going to be done. It's just sitting there right now. Nobody's doing about anything. I've tried and trying to persuade somebody to push it, but nothing's happening. That's really important if we can re-beautify the canyon DC. That's where the tourist comes. And you need to, I think your economist already knows how many people come to that area every year and from what area and how much money do they come here with. When a tourist gets off the plane from another country, he has to rent a car and then go to a motel, and then all the food he's going to eat and all the electricity he's going to use to re-energize his car or electricity or the gas money, and whatever he's going to be buying from
from point A to point B where he's going to go, and then to C, D. Everywhere he's going to spend money. And then when he gets back, and then he will get back to the airport and get back on and go back to his country. How much money did he spend within the United States? That's how we have to look at economy. How much money would he spend to come here on the reservation, of what he's going to see, where is he going to go, where is the roads right, everything right to go here and there. So make it more beautiful for them. That's the most important, the way I see it. And then another thing that we really don't look at is the rock making. The rugs are really expensive Navajo Nation rugs, but there's no area on the reservation that can make Navajo rugs. I mean Navajo rugs, where we don't have to buy the yarn from the off reservation stores where it's already painted by something else. We need these natural plants to dye them. All these things can be done, but it's going to take a while, but it's going to be done. Use our own sheep, use our own shears, use our own cording, everything, all by Navajo, all organic. I don't know why nobody has ever thought about that. If we can do that, it can be sold more than what it's being sold for. And like a lot of wool that we buy off the reservation now instead of out of our own sheep. So there's another thing that we have to look at, because that's what they want from other countries, and they're going to pay a lot for those kind of stuff. Another thing we overlook is the wild horses. We can put those wild horses and put a program up and start making money with them. Like we can train and put some young boys on it, training it, and then get the ones that can't be trained and sold to contractors, and also the one that can't be bought can be sold to another country. Export them to people that can eat horses. And these are some of the things that we don't really look at. Some bigger projects, some big things that we can do within 10 to maybe 20, 50 years that can bring us money. So those are some of the things we really don't look at. But by the keeping water on the Navajo Nation, that's my plan, and that's my dream, is to keep water on the reservation. Like I said, re-beautify the Navajo Nation so more tourists can come here and more people can go anywhere they want to on the reservation with better roads, and they can go to artisans like a silversmith, go to their house. I have some family here that tourists comes here. My brother-in-law and my other brother-in-law, they all do silversmith, but a lot of tourists from other countries come here to look at them. That's what we need to do, route them out to these artisans out into the area, the remote area. So those are some of the things that we need to go look at. So in order for us to make more money, we had to beautify the land again, rebuild all the deteriorating natural resources in our area. What are these because the United States is run by tourists. They make a lot of money out of tourists. They come from other countries. They put a lot of money down when they cross into the United States, and that money is used for other things. So those are some of the things that I always look at. I don't know why we're not looking at it. Another thing we wiped away is we've got rid of these people. Like I used to have in Chinle, we have a Smith Cafe, and we have Soul's Cafe, and Begay's Corner, where we have all the restaurant, the Martinez restaurant. All these things we wiped out because we want to put Burger King and all these fast food onto the Navajo Nation. Our Navajo people can't even own their own cafe, have people eat their own whatever they're going to cook, or like a homemade meals that they can cook that tourists want to eat when they come here. They already know about Burger King or Pizza Hut, etc. So then we don't have any motels that are our own too. Like maybe we can have put something in somewhere or things like that. We don't have that. So we all have is something that the tourists already know what they are, Holiday Inns, Quality Inns, and these grocery stores. So I don't know when we're going to become a Navajo-owned reservation again. It seems that we're being owned by other business from the other the states that we're surrounding states. but only it is all to Hasine not based on the Hasine line in Hahinte, Aziga on Hahinte, to is not for us, our growing population, our visa. So those are some of the things that you look at forward into the future. Where are our kids going to get more money? How are we going to get some more money? The more people we make, the more money we will have to look forward for. Hard. Where is it? The trees are not green no more. I hope they can bear some dollars or $20 or $50 trees. But we don't have those kind of trees no more. We're going green too. So that's another thing that that's facing us. So we can't really use a lot of stuff that's getting out of the ground. It is to make more money. And so how are we going to make more money? So these are some of the things that we were looking at. And the candy say everything is taken over. The force and recreation, all the people don't own the land no more in there. I wish they did so they can get more money out of the tourists by themselves to tour them. The Navajo tribe. All Christian get the nation and is the seat is. So those are the things that we really look at is a tourist attraction. We got more on the reservation we haven't seen yet. There's other areas we can take the tourists to. So the 3 turkey rooms is right there. There's a good route now in 27 all the way across the Trinity Central on the eastern side where Holiday Inn is straight across. We need to make them realize where all the attraction might be from there. The new route that we put up. So the new routes that we're putting up, we have to let the tourists know where the routes and where the places they can go. So when you go out to the reservation, you look at a map, you want to go somewhere, you just put some numbers or some letters in there, and they'll tell you where it is. So then you can go out that route, and then you had to buy something over there again, then come back out again. You had to get gas and you had to get something to eat. So what I go in now, so we can put up some Burger King, or not Burger King, but maybe some Charles Burger King. Charles Burgers up there somewhere that's 3 turkeys, where they can eat some burgers over there from Navajo made. So all those things we need to really start thinking about. We're not trying to race with the white people off the reservation, the Western way of life. We need to start thinking about our own people, how they can survive. On the more the Melabek and the Cayenne. Also, all kinds of pesos in day. They only take a few cents out of the dollar into their pocket. Right now, I don't know how much the Navajo Nation is taking it, and then I'm pretty sure that Insurance takes some more, and then maybe Lease takes some more. And how many other fat dollars do we put in our pocket for these people that are trying to make a living on the Navajo Nation? Unlike in the or what is it in that they create as a from half peso. So what I just have so whoever the economist is, really, I would really love to look at the tourist attraction way of making more money on the Navajo Nation, because I think that's a route because the United States is being run by tourists. They watch all these small business. So that's how I see economic development. I got a lot to talk about, but this is the only time I can give you guys right now. Thank you.
Honorable. So here, NG don't nation cut the quick ocean. Ishin Barco Winson do Baconani do the city that echo here. Nanda. Honorable Herman Daniels. You have the floor.
Mr. Vice Chair, I don't think the Resources and Development Committee members could not I don't think his staff. I think that I appreciate the report made by Division of Economic Development English the commission down for the queer in I had this done Sunday sort of had this I can't this Kikodos not then Kikodo should say I don't know Nakodos Siliketa. Yeah, the other Sonalido Kodo delegate Eugene so I think so yeah Kikodo. The Kokodo and Veda about this Kikoseta. I'm looking at the map here, Navajo Nation. Where all the interest points are, where all the tourist area are. I got this map. I come down one of the company out about Page, Arizona. Little you I don't there for those me. For sat down did. I don't know I go to Moab, Utah, every now and then. That place is booming. Yeah, go big time. A Coco, they even have bike trails. They every year, annually, they have this Jeep Jamboree that brings people in for about 2 or 3 weeks that they stay there in the city of Moab. And when you walk the street in Moab, going into these curious shops, trading posts, that place is packed. Moab, Utah. In my region, it's a tourist area. There's a point, there's an area, it's called Forrest Gump Hill. Yeah, when you go there, you'll see a lot of people there. But there's nothing. Away from economic development. Yeah, we've been through the pandemic. We're still in the pandemic. Over 2 years now. I don't 11 years been being hot. I don't think that. Seems like there is no plan. What I don't know the we approved the permanent trust fund income for 5 years to cover Navajo Nation. But after 5 years, where are we going to get money? So it's not about this case. NGS. We shut down NGS. We shut down Peabody. Without a plan. How are we going to generate dollars for our Navajo Nation? Because we have our children, throughout the Navajo Nation and off the Navajo Nation, they're going to be looking towards us. They're going to be looking to us next year, 2 years, 3 years. Dollars should that. How do you say this about the deal? So it's not about this case. I don't know. I'm looking out the window. There's RVs in Telecom. Dollars are just passing by. How are we going to catch these dollars? How are we going to stop those people, tourists, spend like a day, 2 days, 3 days, or even a week on the Navajo Nation? let them spend some dollars on the Navajo Nation. What about this case ago? I don't know what chapters and so what. I know that some chapters they I see a sagi that Santo chapter. Yeah, they have that the Shanto marketplace. Yeah, when in the summertime when you go there, it'll be busy. Every day it's busy, which is good. I don't know. They're building a hotel. So what? So I didn't go basically. Yeah, hot tax, hotel occupancy tax. That egi hanai $8. So what egi atishna? Non-national chat. Oh no, non-national chat. Other national not all that. So it's not never get us. Non-national shadow. Oh, that get worse. That kind of worries me right now. This a year ago. We need to start like yesterday. We need to start moving. I got eat all day bigger. And someone that's case either. I don't know. Economists la higher earlier. If she forecast yeah. 5 years, 10 years down the road. Like I mentioned earlier, Moab. I'm pretty sure they have an economist. I just don't want to. I don't let it at the husband. Within 2 years, they built like 4 hotels. Peter had to leave. If you could have tours to give it to not a cattle, if you guess yesterday now, motels were built on the other side of the river, on the other side of Green River, when you're going towards Price, that place is growing, yeah, even though it's a small area. It's within that canyon, within that little valley. That place is growing. In front of them, just case. So, moving forward, we really need to sit down. I should have had Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development, that in Michigan, Adonana Resources and Development Committee. I should have the need be. Yeah, there's Monument Valley. Monument Valley used to make millions and millions of dollars a day, yeah, at the Loop Canyon. It generates at Tribal Park State, at the Loop Canyon. That's the most money maker out in Monument Valley. So for that, Ecuador. You got to live the heat, and I want to know that we have another item on the agenda, and I'm pretty sure that's going to take. Well, you know how to go, not until 8. So 8 Ecuador, Adonana Ecuador. I know that we use the pandemic. Maybe be Haneka, Adonana Ecuador, Lake Powell, we are not after. As in like again the target even one on me so that Elderban just case of that did. Or you go on case in the area about economic development. So it is Ecuador, I should say Ecuador on photo about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels, should say. Solution given now, some echo by Kayla. Not she not that we let Ava yet kit on the kit. But echo, what another Ilia report you did the teacher by Kayla also. Gilnas Negido night, kit yido, Bahda Sigi, here. Don't night the kito, Dr. Banana, the Washington and but yeah, for you that did so.
Delegate
Hey,
yellow
Dodge.
hair, Philip. Delegate yellow hair, so this.
Nathan, no, sing no. Go sing.
I
All right.
guess,
You have the floor.
yes, the pro temp vice chair Kuron. The Kada. Doesn't die quick. Yeah. He could all economic development by his teeth. To see what on this case. Oh, our husband been the yard needed yet. She's not us. Honorable Hermit Daniel, yeah. He saw a bit our husband, she's not us. The way torture, at any net was the leadership brother. So my years, so much fun about this now, and also my years, but on what Gina Thompson, Madam Chair, was awesome. Hotel, no, that's in that thing. 24 councilmen. They are predicted at the time. Kadi Kutara Solia, the motel, Sunday, at then. And his husband, it's about the bureaucracy in his this. But as I thought, let's at then. Oh, but it's not then. Out of these are in the Holland. Never not on it to long it are 24 councilmen. He didn't get the Obenan tint at on $1,000 on his change on the Craigie hotel should have been built by now. It's just ours at the Navajo reservation. Bureaucracy, that's too much for us. So all of us get this not long. Because that motel should have been built. Yeah, thank you. To the Protect Chair, Honorable Walker. Thanks.
Honorable Yellow hair. Yeah, it's now when the Benson Kissigi, the Hinsi, the Baco Hinson, the Nana, a store. But Ella, she report except that it needs. I will call for the question on accepting the reports. Honorable Ricky Nez, he texted his vote. He votes green. Honorable T. Allen Begay also votes green via texting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Green. Honorable Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Shay Freeland, how do you vote? No, she gets. Honorable Wilson.
I vote green.
Shay. Okay,
Green.
Shay. All right, Shay. Honorable Stewart, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Stewart votes green. Honorable Freeland votes green. We have a vote of 5 in favor. Opposing, there are none. Vice Chair and Pro Tem for this meeting not voting. Okay. Mr. Willie, to your staff for providing the report. Yeah. Next report, the Honorable Inez Benan Sholot Ati. So question the Tahale Bahaya to be your Washington Shanan Shinson Ati Shananda Kotela. Report by the Navajo Land Department on the home site lease. Home site leases for the Navajo people. Presenters Mike Halona, Department Manager, Navajo Land Department. Hey, Kotela ko she get Mike Halona, are you on the call here?
Oh yeah, can you hear me? Yeah.
Oh yes, I can hear you. Go ahead, proceed with your report.
Ako sila. Siya hala. Ado, siya. Vice Chair Walker. Chair Lini. Ado, they pass on Resource Development Committee. So Tani on Toyat Ado that's not Gido colleagues that are not Sinigi Yat Etoli. Kadina Ala Akodi. He reported the list that no what such a horn that such a area. Ako Dina so being hit a shrine. Ako the homicide lease CDIS. Watch the art in detail by chapter, by agency, but no. Ako art and also which a whistler. Haned not the halet, Ada Hagashin that not skit. Ilabenin not or Hatadacho hat noda. Bayat land department, that Yato that neta. Not so not the hatch a papa no. Ako the Quidditch be Ishanish Hado be hitting house healing. E Koto land department Anna Kirko hit that at Sego na not sauce. Application your yagi had it all nitty application. Chapters go to Hudlon to acquire agency office, land office, go to the Hudlon auto acquire the main office. I thought the whole computer we thought Hudlon nnld.org acquire application. They had it auto download the G has the a call to question what I thought le nzare keda hat ini ako quagget and we can get the applications into people's hands. Ado hedi chiki pipetat hahoshin bebenant yato got Nle the whole one. Adesh Stevenson, Kaya Hadesh Sorensen, or one ben, I hold it ash quaggin the deshnik. I got the GPS at Nini in that in the cha, eti face Bebenan, Aldo Lamport of the Nini J hot on the nest, can't hot on the cha. Wanda has ne office, Ishane Yago training. I got the quagget that you Katie, the Ado Edo kiss. In the satellite, they jehegi ito kilquella for the dog. Ado kije not so she kai this longitude, latitude, he do lit. Ado busy lit. He quite your cutty, your ani yado, he is kitty, a quite a car is acknowledgement. Ado field clearance form hanedeli Geishin kom ben ho one nahake kaya hat sohake benago half a mile radius he kwa keta hat he bebnat what the hell sos hun etole but the field clearance form me headed the old quabana ashka. Belly hot long to ye lahonan kada hot Ado the applicant on who you got. The English na had ne quake has so ashon. Passes it nze lisha. Be la dit late. A co hashing in zachin, singing what a day. A co yet the applicant that the nini that. Ado told in ho yana nashin about in any leho hot about in. Ado yap peso at the nation pacho. And in double kitchen in the ta. What not nashin about in. In the not sauce they nail sauce at Honash. While but Bernard on yada but cow. Bale sauce. Ado quite says a hat nini nanal cup. Alet konal ka ena asklas to aji yin dad nishi ye da ni ye yab chen chile kana katona tos pohai yani tsaga hotan de aji ata halyani historic heritage and historic preservation department to ha isne ari ya nahan tehnal tos nas ka be national ya Cultural Resource Compliance Form, CRCF, Nini Bad, Bad, Budget, one and not Tohi Bihinta. Ado and the Fish and Wildlife. Are Banahun, Qua one is Qua, the Nessin Shadiaku, Johun Bad. Are the Danes, either Haida Hodon, the other lad, that's a whole. At Sadat and that she could be Yago that's a Kayanati, a Hagela. Ako are in the home site biological resource compliance form by in. So what add a lacon la in our source by in a bail sauce. Ako the art and our source up that 80 Hassins are Diagonal Nisho. I thought he netlo ended that in hitch a hundale. Quan at Hodanil in art hot ela architect the cow. Ado enta equity general land development department environmental reviewer seta Mr. Stevens is Chile. Banahun quake yahat so halit and kodat quite in a Ero that's late so that's a gate nappy rahi that's a nahati hage la nahot esla so a quiet environment. Is it safe to have that home site lease to be issued at that location? Ko abi rahla niho not source na yil talking taho the in the land department in Yahananta art and also see you hope double cow least give a hadel visit a cow do hado hanzache to Yaheb cow to hadel nati at least it's a Ado a Kodo land department has on a basella approve it Ako approval is pretty much all of them are done the same day. Benin nanigi eti base in the case of the ninigi today electronic. Ako ya ahot do ajet na atol which honal Ako in da atol Ako ya hanzachin la. It all depends how fast he can get his consent done. How fast can they pay and get their survey done? How fast can they get their cultural resource compliance form, biological resource compliance form, environmental review to edition? Land department, historic preservation, Navajo Fish and Wildlife, general land development department. Ja, asati deil nis. Ako saho ang tapapa. O anahot ako dinal source slide by agency. Auto ended by districts, chapters because so. Ako delegate yellow hair in not this kid no ko isin chin lead. Ako Black Mesa, Blue Gap. Forest Lake, Hard Rock, Pinion, Whippoorwill. Ako ya kwa the baka haned not la ado on the papa. Ako tell nice so a pending biological clearance na it on the papa. Ako ya fish and wildlife ya pinan the shit and I just DNA not on the papa la. Shouldn't I don't know no good na yati na sazonal kahagit na sos on the papatla halana not on the papatla what are na baka alot keo nagi a pending environmental clearance na ako eta his pahas na ko nda hoist ako that to agency gi ko tinate soko so biological babagi a 551 home site leases are the baba are sinal sos senel ato dens ida ato nal sos nata khahoshin in the tato ni tlahok ad ata na khay baba ako what Le April 2013, which I don't in the Yatani Kato. What on Halia? No, what I biological eto, go betas on them there. Nana go nage, ya overall, all 5 agencies, 374 ya pending art clearance, na southern not so it on the papa. Okay, initiate on the indictment. Arohan that nana environmental assessment, environmental review, a 192 papa. Ne. Ako Tuba City is a hot da yila pending applications 985 100. Ato it's atas sota. Inactive application 1,722. Isn't papa. Survey that's it 100 papa. Isn't 100 papa. 67 yan na nashin 100 papa. Ato yante chak. Ako what ya has anahot kilo no tato lesan. Tata hospital. Ako the land department that tata hospital. Ako eti ha kishin no tahagibinal sos. Ako arian gitche tahad now what abasta huidna. Ako that only wonder rot that they snit so wonder rot this in niljan hadishin ha holato least. Ako di bekeo bekain jagal ado huna hajil na hon eya hade lasa banal sosit on the papata. Jo what ako nahot o hasint adja goto hasint to niso. The question what recommendation they ya. Ado kadishindo nasin gito ato bande inta. Yati moratorium buffer zone da dal ya. Akon keta hat inisha hit apa ato ni forced moratorium atan keta hat in that prior to 1992 the other hostanda moratorium 10 years moratorium management the forest management plan na ska do it's for hadil ya do be last link ako ya hotsa ata allocate hat inasha issue hit apa to ni tahot khoda yoke tahona esta yoke taho bathroom addition ako home site lease at that it's kind of apata to ni chotati na ata kawanas nilgi ata nek chida ini allocate hat ini atadi na existing residents tahot apa to ni chondati ni ako housing what propose recommendation bikira del ki it atati ne na nationit ot skinklo on the question what ata elia kot na so sit on as ne ako what alia was yat ehsen ako skinklo ya adonan agopata to ni ti ata ho wanas diligi since short koda ado lata yo kedi got under care under ARPA funding Johanna Eri skinklo bata to ni. To agot skinklo to atancho. Kaya atanchos ni. So atancho ta odd. Atati existing residents. A different process. Skinklo bata to ni. Ako yati iba hun agi iba hatan do le. So what proposed that is atati instadi no. Ese iba hol Jesus in jobe be kirati chitoni institati. Ako chairman, vice chair Walker Shizia. Our consogo that's in that for that's in the chance for Hulia. Is that what your report is slide or this. Yeah.
Mr. Halona, for the report. I do believe we are in receipt of the document you had sent to Mr. Tahi. Then he sends them out to the committee members. With echo, Adoshananta, Resource Development Committee, report. So, but we first need to establish a motion to accept the report. Is there a motion?
Motion, Daniel.
Honorable Daniels offers that motion. Is there a second?
Stewart.
Honorable Stewart, thank you for that. We do have a motion and a second. Questions and comments, committee members. I think Kito Bayat Gishin Bahaz Adode Shinanta. Committee members.
Chairman Taylor.
Honorable Begay, you have the floor.
Chairman, Nando in home site lease I'm not sure what happened to the one-stop shop. That's one area that I think RDC really needs to continue pushing it. Coco, I know the last time that we talked about it, so I've none of the other one is home site lease. As long as the community have turned in their money receipt that they have submitted the home site lease application to land department, let's proceed with getting the water line or power line for the need. Everything begins to just go back to its normal process. I did request legislative council to urgent deal with and then not not that been a while that the latest one I've asked legislative council to develop a legislation if homes are already known to be in existence. I mean, those should be an exempt for home site lease requests. I can't in that. Home site lease may be required. I still go back to the question, specifically, what major benefit is it to have home site lease? The process. Not really sure what needs to be done, and even a listing of a home site lease status. Now, who would I need to turn to say, okay, I got 4 numbers for that needs to be completed by an art clearance, and so on. And then if I forward that to the chapter, okay, so then again the chapter will say, well, we don't know. These are the individuals that, even that which called managed in the quacky baham and onabity that a haki halate a lot of huge deep reviews at Niki at that Niki I would think that there wasn't a major disruption because a lot of these staff had been working from home. The dobe na hotel dina tossen Niki bita English Queensland unless it was necessary to be in the office, actual Windrock office or agency office to get these done. Other technology in a lot of them can be done electronically. Is everything has to be I see constant like a jet or conk at the his so in that what art ni ko that say stop and the where GST how much longer will we continue to give problems to our Navajo people getting this resolved? On this when he could not only it was me to art or me been administration at the day that me. I could hit or could but my seat London as was then again his ordinary luck. And that is going to be entered or just not going to be that in this story. Okay. But then again, another sneak there was a CMA 1220. The emergency legislation passed but yet, so the whole eagle or anonymous so could be on be in or not make a ban yanama so area could also say at the home site lease and diniki the next baby then on the other hand as well, the diniki, I mean, if they're in existence. Why can't that be determined as well by administratively? So, I know there's some areas I know that I've asked for legislation to go through the process, moratorium, especially for those forest area. With that, so, Chairman, speak at One Stop Shop at Nimiki on Nishan Halan the Hawkins. I like see or Shinit Odi Sanatri to open but night the kick on that's it over Hanna out of Anna Quite or the Banana in the store. For quacky key it out and then Dimiki paper card feature done so yeah. According to legislation, the Dimiki I'm thinking some of these are just simple overstriking a line and inserting a new language type of a legislation request. Because right now, my simple request to Legislative Council is that can we waive these requirements for those homes that are in existence for more than 2 years or 3 years? We have no choice but to allow them to live there. And this goes to the basic question. Anane, Indikito Anana Haki, yes, to some extent, it's probably needed. But later, Nisha, Itan the Nah, which is Nahas Kai. Hong at DK, he can not so good, couldn't okay, kill not, no a base at that best, to the treaty be. A Koyan, a quack, Naki had idol the Shanky. This seemed the well, quack in Nab in Lago 18, so see in that last who had a daily conta one DR or not the. And I've been asking the question to our legislative council and Department of Justice. What's the legitimacy of this home site lease requirement for our Navajo people to live on their own homeland? Yes, it's in trust and there's the federal government. But people need a place to live on the Navajo Nation. So, A to A, actually, need to A, quacky A, I think, oh, boy, the hotel, so they go point one. Next door, they take a or J. Uban, yet he has all. But the next had ink, quacky, home. It takes a touch of it. I don't quacky in there. Crash of my son should change much as another. It ashing quacky beat our shaho. Yan, a dick at ho, without a dicodo, codo, basic sheet, the door, is it every baby in car now? What the next at all. So a quacky 3 years is a sister zinc. I need honor this is a sitter. Old Yananas has it after no by young kid on the bears army. Be not stop or not the snow the Hananas. But what are Jerry after snow with India hate source in the will it really be will be supported it? Out of his army Ilya of course program was endorsed on this. So quacky key a tonight the kid ashe. Then on night this Chicago. Now or that of the chairman. So if I could ask the legislative council because we've got email stating that they're not going to be in the office again for 2 more days next week. So the Andy, what we got this week what's get you done does Mr. How Jesus did not no yeah, that what the hot Eli Kunka don't understand not but that's beside the point. But nonetheless, the legislative council could do legislation need to the gains to get that out this and that way we'll clear away with a lot of these obstacles for Navajo people to get their home site lease fee to be established or to be issued. Chairman, I'm not sure how long we're going to continue talk about it. I'm not sure how long we're going to be discussing this. These are some of these are just administrative. Homicide lease like I think the name she do it's not so the Yahija and I thought such a home and hit the donation for no. Although what's the purpose of asking for all these contact information if people are not going to be given updated of their application process? It's like opera could you what based on Lindy hardship check the then Lindy cut yasa Hostoniki Yayaki. Why are they asking that to call this number, but yet they're not getting any responses from these office regarding the status of their hardship check. And they or just to waste an ink that's been nail kodo hasa kwage bishbahane kwage in liberty but yet we don't respond to these Navajo people that have submitted these documents. unhin nakhagon dit lab nan deliki papa yel kita to nan deliki pa na itil kita let out ela stonan sun aj I believe there's like, what's your contact number? What's your email? Why can't they establish an email where maybe a system where the Navajo people will check in just like a 164 processor. I'll start in the Yorkshire in the store. Hard love who's the signatures. It's never been developed. On-site lease, it's simple that they can call in and put in their whatever, maybe a document number and say that the status of your home site lease is awaiting whatever department. That never to so hey, I see when not the decat habitation had been lying quite it but the dog need that's it up the Yegunan quite. Why is it that we have to bring a lot of these things up? Why do we have to hear a lot of these things at the chapter meeting, at the planning meeting? Then again, I know, there was one time that was a legislation to say that do away with home site leasing. What is its main purpose? They were done in history by certificate, so by Yat Kiko in last, and then Dinigito, as had bit a G snake at Quagit in, and the Quagit in, the Nodme other last bit Tasigate or DK Hagapin, the what Nigo got that what they Shiziki on the Texans or than certification. So we got to do something, Chairman of RDC members in Glendigy. It's just long enough that we just continue to talk about and getting updates and requests. The Oshit is Asle. He's hard and hub up on hub cut and not so don't hub is not so hash and ha on Piana dot and hash at those meetings that need to go. Then you begin to say that, okay, what administrative matters are we going to start resolving, which is okay. But does it need to be at this level? That an oversight, a legislature has to really make some input or make some decision making to get things done. The chairman. So again, I got home site lease, the status of it. Again, even getting that number, I know within my 5 chapters, I have several of them. Again, I wouldn't know who to turn to give an update to the individual to say that this is the status of your home site lease application. So, and if not, so that maybe that's one thing that the administration really needs to do is to develop some type of data and communication system with the applicants. Really provide them an update if they are asking for it. And maybe there's an automated system to where you write the college, hey, I thought this is your balance and this is how much you purchased and this is how much you have on hold of the cut. Why can't we develop something so our Navajo people can access this data and saying and look at where their status of their applications are? It's something that they need to do. I think they have. They have to get these information so that while they behind up and now this would have been done 2 months ago, 3 months ago, or that the need so. So Koto Kwaki Hashit Abana to the chairman. So it was just zero Bahana seat on the head.
Okay, Koshi, Honorable Begay. Let's go back to Mr. Halona for responses to your comments and questions. We go to the
Shemayaja Mariana Khan, is she with us on the call here? I believe there's a question or two related to legislation development for relating to home site leases. Ibn Aidikit status report on that development. That's that state of council. If she's on the call with us. But Mr. Tai.
Vice Chair Walker, Ms. Khan is on the call. However, she did email RDC members and CC'd myself to it, indicating that she is on travel today. And if that we need legal advice, we will need to get Ms. Dana Barbroff, Chief Legislative Counsel, on the call.
Thank you, RDC. This is Miss Barbroff. I am not sure whether Mariana is on the call right at this moment, but I will. If she's not on the call, I will explain what I know about those legislations. There are, I believe, 3 legislations that may be relevant to what Delegate Kiambage asked, or questions, and what RDC is discussing today. First, there is the one with the waiver of the home site lease for those who we might say have been would be grandfathered in. I know Ms. Khan has been researching the issue, and I believe that she has reached out to the Department of Justice, their Natural Resources units, I believe, as well as I believe with the Land Department, and is trying to develop a process and find out if there are any legal impediments to waiving that. So I do know that's in the process. I have had some discussions with her on that. Next, as far as the one-stop shop goes, I do believe, and this is where I need her to follow up, I do believe that we did get a plan, call it a plan, or a plan of operation for the one-stop shop. We got it in the last couple of weeks, but my understanding, a question that Ms. Khan was discussing with the Department of Justice is one, whether the Department of Justice had completed their review of the plan, and also whether legislation would actually be needed. Part of, if I recall, and I am going to defer when she can get on the line for Mariana's more in-depth review or our insights. The one-stop shop, I'm calling it a plan of operation that we received. One, we needed DOJ's review, and then there was also a question about whether it needed legislation or not. It appeared, at least on first review, that it was basically a restructuring of how documents were to be reviewed, and that they would be reviewed on a full access system for all reviewers. If that was the extent of the change, then that could be handled administratively. Ms. Khan has not gotten back to me on that answer. And then the other legislation that I know she has been working diligently on with the Department of Justice, Veronica Blackhat's shop. They've had a couple of sit downs on it, is a delegations of responsibilities and authorities to Division of Natural Resources programs. to move this, to move things quicker. Delegations, as you are aware, and what I'm talking about, delegations, that is approval of rights of ways, those types of things without having to come back to the committee. This would be a delegation of the committee's authorities. And that, of course, as you know, requires that regulations be put in place. And I do know that Ms. Khan and Ms. Blackhat have met at least once, but I believe it's twice, and exchanged a flurry of emails. I expect that you will get something in the next couple of weeks on that as soon as they get everybody's okay. That is all I can share right now, but I will let Ms. Khan know that you've inquired, and I'm sure she will do a follow-up and provide you with a written report. Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. Back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara, for the information and somewhat of an update on the development of these legislations, some of the issues or things to be worked out, I guess, DOJ and the division, as well as Legislative Council. Appreciate your response to our committee here. Yeah. Although Mr. Halona, from your end, Delegate Bigay United Kitoya Hatsisa. Just a Hansi, she get Halona.
How is not? Yeah. Vice Chair Walker Pro Tem. Check Delegate Bigay United to the question. KO 19 one-stop shop by cash. No. Yeah, that's been a long process trying to get everybody to agree to the documents, to the change of plan of operation. The initially, I've been Justice Department had it and reviewed it, did some comments. I don't clean work session that day. I call sponsor Legislative Council chair. Second, you mentioned is CARES Act and the application on the thought receipt ebony NTUA that no. Application days they haven't come back to finish anything. I call that's I don't hold one the Haloni that's it there should be a different process of providing them a lease. A lease gives them peremptory rights of all their improvements. It's good, very important to have a lease for probate situations. The initial veterans need to always ask for a lease. Chapters, involvement, always asking for a lease. Any federal programs that are often assistance will ask for a lease. So it serves a very important document. Also in there, it allows them to enter into service line agreements with the utility company. That has been established by council since 1953. Homesite leases bata I nicht ordentlich ab der Hohen der Teil ordentlich wenn ja auch hat abend als Jahr der ita laschen hat an ne wenn in nacha peso bata is ne lo Hohen der Teil la ja ja an der Ort auch shita aus on at ako ADG die leider Navajo nini gi ADG tropata dort nicht zu hat ne what dort nicht under a different process ja grazing officer gi not so I dort nicht die je quite I ho one in days ne do the keta hat could Aro na neshine bahazen kan hatol kilwarange kwagensen hato nikleod akkodo computer brigade na neshine ba to nik ajik aro jo na sazo fishing walla hat nini 800 oyo bahan ato da nita la jo say da hot ya nzao na hashi na sazo na ka nini verification form yatchiyot idodlich what dort needen der yet onzon hashi arobikete naltos letter elia bia do Navajo nation also yi lago tacho in the kat dot da ko gishin ya khanastla RDC het se 82 in no sin to legislation to aliago sin to ya biological to ata kaya chos do ata cho intishne ako hot ya ata akon da chinin da khagi bespata hazan ke da hat khagi so wanasne ata hot ya impacts gi ata hot sa ako di gi at administrative process to le Auto, and there should be a system. It's in the testing mode. Electronic process, home site lease. Auto in the chapters go, but they'll be able to get on the system, check for it, get copies of home site leases for people, submit the applications, find out where it is. The 164 git electronically what today abahazan khayla to busy later khayla on the in what abahazan donan ako tiba has on ki ilyago legislation hat ninigi shin so what all in the timeline what no 10 days could bahas late no including not source they not lately could lahos approve yado deemed approved on approve yado do not schedule to die do that anas no that oconal so I said that need in the Nzinigi 10 days bahas late ako AD hut achudo no ako electronically module based ne hut het uploaded indo heyin indo this hut ya up then indo le halan the source ako the computer do chida of inigi a chapter can you check on my home site lease classes you bakato Lease census number no. Could the high lot no that lot for lately. Ako edonan at all late. Take a dance hotel ne electronic system. Ado ya only low mountain chapter the home site lease in a is bahazana is Italia don't prove Jago. Not on the Jane. I think that's it. Ya has kado the is la. Ako sahot on the nahot a probate. saho e the lease the hot zone that o saho e ya ba ta hastin ako e ya shahala ta to nicho propate ne ako e ya to ba sa hot zone da le so ta propate khơi là bà được tốt à hay là ya ti li si bà được tốt à to ho wani ki bà được tốt à chế propate tốt à to tốt ego e bà sa hot zone e sugar e sha that on there no hot à quad ne ri na sa hot zone according a quite na hot to probate to khata accordo to court to that ada acco halet to nit lapa peacemaking yeah to hot arch that was in the edo credit that no peacemaking of course the hot owners nil to halet to nit to nzo and say that there's in all is a card that street a court end na dan seleta to tatin ni do sha da sa has clean on sha da bdi na even in na enle court do ye la da e ya e to le se ako e hot a sa je nan a do le ke na
Okay, thank you for the response, Mr. Halona. Although, Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. Jenna, are you still on the call?
Yes, Chairman, I on the Resource Development Committee, Resource Development Committee. Chair, thank you very much for your time. Give me time to. I don't know. Not angry. It's didn't hit that. Last is not. The one is any. Gonsa Lissiki. Just this answer. It are the snack. Kudo study kudo not in the hinas again hikayati neniki. The one dog lessiki asa in lenike, but e. Ana la e yati the home sat list. All that the owners that they could have known about officer. It's not a start because the not Kigon area. Ana la e ya home sat lissiki a kudo chapter. By chapter or other by agency report hello no office do hello the hasn't been the yeti kodo after is said to say and other hotis other the yet the never is jan all the no been the final lie could about chapter by agency the could but that is about key what are the status what are the problems in a summary that that's in there. No, that's a certain never $1,000, not only $1,000. No, neither the one is not partners, but not argo other pesos on other on the after a husband. In a kick or a kick on that. Park on the area, how long and also average. And does it take for a home site lease application to be approved by home site lease? Partner light up the whole this on the Ecuador a land easily. Alila Allah never has on a aimed, but even a with the other notice Ecuador at another about not only your summary report. I don't see that, Mr. Halona. But you talk about your new system now. Because system gives us a bit so only. It's going to spit it up on a computer immediately. There are in the other thing on the area. What are the issues that are preventing home site lease from being approved? Behind Eto had even in not had even in these home site lease are backlog. But even in not that the question been not that China net only. on your summary report, back to the chapters. Partners and planning to this on the chapter official that the net you be his that the public has to notice information from you. Did all that and night at then alone. But all by on the by ski. It is I'm not I could that best of the meal so double on the meal so saligi the thing bigger how a better a could or a niche holiago quando a peti nista and not a hiti home side listigi at a ya pahlata to prove that yard halabani na a New Washington that pesa pelana ile federal they are compliant with the federal law and the law we have here. Ada hoda but on the data so he can thought so not on the get cannot kid or less. So it up the issue about how disease. Of course, what in his has nonsense. Yeah, none. She was there on a halona. Get on the ball and take care of the students. So I don't know what this excuse. Could over at Tiggy. Not quit on not on the conde. Could I elhan a and other what it's at all. Deep part at the no also verbal about then let's put it on the paper. 110 chapters ain't all this. Ebnas by a not kid all the I could wait to see the rush of odd. Not Kinlan alone. Event each the coach an idiot but the seat this on key out the gay. But over has unlike art or no. Lepagod a I want visit all the paper cut or the home side list for me. Home side list said I get to list so. I get a pay cut or the worst. No again did upon the home side list a ya the Navajo and the rage NTUA RJ when now have blown a ya a basic C a capatis 1 ya are on the tona laws with ya 8 loss RJ. So a shape in home side list the NTUA. The also a hot in a way. Dieselnas, misschien de aarde, in way let go hard later. Courthouse alia at El Neho, Papa Yati, the Lissiki Pahaten, business side list Pahaten. Eta di no, administration. Ako Nila chapter official long. Ake that is Nigeti, Positive in a way. Satellite you could just hardly the way because only even again the big no towards later a Canadian data must keep hard in his don't me at then call as though with ever state was the these are state to mark these numbers on any building a coalia on the inhabited the basic key. What the positive give a large arcade or the home side listigi upon the could thought the old the bells anik the machine store. Era to don't know it of sort ordinary. So the home side list mahata and la no yeah. A cofon so a should is having in that dish. Then they are see I ask the backlog, the home side list. Edea, I use me hit the lane on the Helen what the Naya Yaski, the way New Mexico, they're pushing the Naya Yaski, the last of deep backlog that a cook share one sauce to the potent a Tom's Walkers to the yes, and then only Lord, thank you, Mr. Halona, your report. They are legitimate, these are very needed for the people out there. These gene holders are socially quaggy. These gene the peppermint are both names to have no. so Craig de what already see that area Balia, the Bayat out of federal trust land, just be let's give all the authority to Navajo Resource Development Committee. And he that the cover. So did a wait now, lot that the down Kodo not and then he did Neniki and he get the soft determination and of the oh you wasn't on PRA the hot hot Lana is hot what all Satan Ekun saw a Barastil on the church and then he doesn't have still on it. Shanayo, 110 chapters, and thank you very much. Appreciate it for the floor here, Thomas Walker. One thoroughly, thank you very much. Appreciate it. God bless.
Thank you, Honorable Yellow Hair. Na, kita hain sido na dikit apis kuigoshin. Selinko, Mr. Halona, do you have a response for Delegate Yellow Hair?
Pro-Tem Vice Chair Walker, Yananet A Resource Development Committee, colleagues, other delegates that are on the line. Delegate Yellow Hair, I'm not sure if you got a copy of the documents that we submitted for this report. If you don't, I'd be more than happy to share that information with you. It's broken down by chapters, by districts, and where they're pending. We issue the applications. So that's why you hear people say, it took me 10 years. And I always get that question, what's the average time? I always ask them, I don't know, how fast can you get it done? Because it's not really our time, it's the applicant's time. How fast can they get a survey done? How fast can they get the consents? How fast can they get the art clearance done? Fish and Wildlife does biological resource compliance. Historic preservation does the archaeological, the cultural resource compliance. General land development does the environmental review. What are the issues? How many are stuck at each office? For biological, there's 551. Historic preservation, 374. For environmental review, 192. Ako Asian to da is on ada za da hai dot za ibni na on the da has on podla Asian English da to asa ibni na staff da just staff shortage podla so what sa ho ya nzao ka a year don't know which tradition ako de what so the average time anita oh that's ho la Ashibnesh Khalid Ila Notch Hatzi. I should let's go time it as clearly showing how long it will take me. 2.5 months a year from picking up the application to the approval. 2.5 months. No. So the average time I can tell you from the approval, once I get the lease Konal Troxil Trochini Degi, a Trochin Tahod Lisa Ihon. When it is sent to me at the land department for approval, I can tell you it's done within 24 hours. Most of them the same day, because it's done electronically. We sign it electronically and we send it back. Edo Koder, I say that Ada Jaho Koder. Ado the following week, 2 weeks, the mail run. No, I call it done. Pinal Toscan, Yahates Jar. It's Conel into which Eli Edi Daija. That took a day, Sahot Arte. Okay. What are the issues? The issues is that we're waiting on biological, we're waiting on his cultural compliance forms, we're waiting for environmental review. We're waiting on that. So any applicant can call our office and ask for a follow-up. Where is my lease? When we tell them it's at this office, it's in Winter Rock. I heard that my application is just sitting on your desk. No, it says I don't receive no applications here. All I receive are the lease forms for signature. Electronically, so AD, as soon as it comes in, we can sign them and get them out. So I'm looking at my phone, over 7,000 signatures have gone out since we started COVID on documents. That's a lot of documents that are going out. Modifications, home site leases, assignments, terminations. Delegate Yellow here.
Thank you, Mr. Halona, for the responses. Ado Shinanda, Resource Development Committee, any other comments and questions? If not, then we have
Eugene,
we continue moving on. Anyway, reports you get Tatinata Shinanda. Quite get Oyata Kita dead in the Quigoshing. Oh, it what echo. China had is it Eugene so Enia.
Oh, follow up. Should I follow up? My Helena Bahasi. I lost in the students. I mean, she's near on the Tahini data, it's things like mass then also it depends on your pocketbook. Based on all that I think of the net day. I had you card, they don't have the money for these other clearance. Go down there. I mean, the home side, the lot of so Dido, DHC, other such and that cardiac, the Massan, the ant, quite things are easy, they let all nothing. Side I use another which now so that goes forward to my I know my only sees the application or not they let the other issuing clearance up that's a KD car. Other thing you have the niche other that's another time right there with this biological cultural and environmental review this any other shit on the agency that they have on not as within the division of the natural resource Christian departments are not a nothing but I guess they have their own way of doing things and their own and they need Sadoshi not the season as Banda the season set up on that Kolaya has been there on I don't know Dagi on it should it guess it anonymous all that the cost only nature of the cost are not as cost. I think that's not is home and the road as I learned and I was crossing by the car that's me and the hard and that's she had I don't think it's that is hard is just get that the not not that nan that sadayo that by the has that as I got but need and not so yeah papa nas other short end of pretty beach I did it conference on and go and that so there are a lot of things that you have to go through to get to home site list because and so we do yeah I think it has any basement has any the hotel or what no skate and or the party not going to say it unless they have to go through all the things that we approve. So go through all these reviews, no, that's all what I want is the case. Maybe you have to go back to these plans of operation. And some of them are RCA or there's internationally like EPA that every RCA there's in other the hospital, other in the hospital, other deep other young Smith or other. So these are some of the things that we're looking at when we're trying to get a home site list. So we have to really understand or think about all the like he said about too we thought about so think about all this up and change out of the case these I think based on the whole no based about the whole survey that's in the there's partners that all these things that are surveyed all the hard things are the tone and the doctor for that that's on but that's castle. Of course, then we had to go back to the grading committee again. No, doing that, but it should be as in no. Now it should be torn and the house. But no, these are some of the things that are ups and downs in regards to home site list. But I do have an amendment to any one of this 86 or 87 in regards to land our home infrastructure. I don't know. I don't know. And other big benefit of after the city, a way with all this home site is going to start to the benefit of asking out of the house. It again have a benefit of $1,000. But I do have a bigger legislation going forward too. That is the Eastern and the Western and the Chile agencies resolution to rescind the home site list. It's a bigger picture. Article so not that it seems to open that of the Western Day that resolution not the upstate so it seems to open on it is as a bigger picture of the whole home site list. It is that all this question it takes time and why they are mean he does his work but other people have to do their work too. So it is thank you.
You Honorable although Honorable Yellow Hair, you had asked to speak again. Oh yeah, that be on today yet not this should note it reports give at the adatsi though history or this kid it is Honorable Yellow Hair.
Yeah, to listen in Agita. They'll get yell here.
Yes, proceed.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your report, Mr. Alona. I thought Australia and I review and research it. I don't have that copy. And I don't know yes, I understand those. Yeah, but yes, Ash Ebony, Nash et all the longer backlog of this. Ash et said it all hit on it out of this. We had to do something about it from Alona. Maybe you can create something for the people in order to move on a little bit faster than that. What what all this? Even not new all this. I need everything in the proper process, but there's times some places are slow. Yeah, we've got to push it somewhere and follow up. It should be the NEPA entirely. So I don't make any excuse. So you need to develop something. It's done to create some things so we can avoid the delay. Once again, yeah, thank you for the time.
Hey,
Okay.
Chair. Honorable Yellow here. Yeah, Nana. My name's Quake. Although we have our honorable colleague on the call with us also, Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. He's so I want to give her the floor, give her the time to speak here. Madam Chair.
Okay. Mr. Halona, thank you so much for the report. I do have a question. Actually, I have three questions. Number one is you mentioned that within 24 hours of your office receiving the documents for home site lease that you sign off on them. So you also said that that a person can just call the office for a status update. Does a person who wants that status update on their home site lease, do they call the office that they filed at, or do they call you? That's my first question, number one. Number two is, I know at one time you did email me the information, the steps for obtaining a home site lease. Can you resend me that email so I have that for my record, as well as the last question that I have, which is the total cost for obtaining a home site lease. I think that this is information that we do need to share with the public. And I know I posted it at one time on my Facebook page, but I can't seem to find the email, and I can't backtrack on the Facebook page posting. So if you could send me that information so that our people are aware that, what the steps are, and then what the cost associated for a home site lease. And then my last question is, what is the average time frame for a person to receive a home site lease? Thank you, Shaja, for allowing me to ask those questions.
Thank you, Charles Newton. Back to you, Mr. Halona.
Chairman.
Hello, Sina.
Yeah.
Hello. Okay, hello, that's yes, okay. I don't know that cut date ziko. But echo, yet we had that kill, yet it with our bazan, George, the net, the fish under the way needs and the we don't hit that way, not land. The nether you that is it by yet a teacher, it out echo. So I yashinda at care or yet. Although she yet Mr. Halona question, none of us other not a hearty, although a hotel.
Akushinda, I can't learn. Pro Temp Vice Chair Walker, Shajak, the honorable delegates, the Resource Development Committee, the colleagues, quite not that kitty, delegate Charles Newton. You asked about who do they call? They call the agency home site lease office. In your area, it would be Shiprock, Tanya Sam. We have also hired 2 additional people. So they now have help to be able to answer phones, look up in their system home site leases and stuff, so they're able to provide that information. If it's or if they're awaiting a biological, if they're awaiting a cultural resource compliance form, or if they're waiting for an environmental review, they'll give you that information. And so that's how we're handling those. I will be happy to send you the email that had the cost breakdown. And again, those are just estimates. They're all private contractors. Previously, Navajo Nation used to provide surveyors to do all the surveys at no cost, archaeologists to be able to do all the ARC surveys at no cost. a biological wasn't required at that time. So those other two services were done at no cost, but through budget cuts over the years, it's dwindled down with archaeological department being phased out. And then we lost all of our surveyors due to funding cuts. However, it did start businesses, small businesses for a lot of our tribal members who are now providing archaeological and legal surveys for all of our people. So they set the rates. Art could be anywhere from 200 to 400, depending on location and so forth. So that's what we can provide. So that's how we're able to get those done. The time frame of a home site lease. I can give examples. We've done some within 60 days. We've done, some have come in after a year, finally got everything done. So it's really how fast can we get those required documents. And right now, there is a backlog in biological and cultural and environmentals. So we're waiting just like all the applicants are waiting. We are at home site lease are all waiting on those documents. And I see emails every day being sent out, following up with those offices. When do we expect this? Can we get this out? The client keeps calling. They've called me 4 times. They're frustrated. So those are, I get copies of all those emails. So our staff are following up as well with all the offices, trying to get those to be expedited in a timely manner so we can get them done, develop a lease, and get it into their hands. Cool. Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Mr. Halona. Do you have a follow-up there? Honorable Charles Newton. Let's see.
Thank you. Did you guys hear me?
No, you're cutting out. In and out there.
Yes, he answered my question.
Okay, I go see. Yeah, let's see. Honorable Yellow Hair question.
Thank you very much. My question was to Halona. Mr. Halona, they passed the resolutions to assist people with a name that don't have a home site lease. A home site lease up at and they cut order was American Rescue Plan Act from ECA funds. They cut order no a resolution in the okay none that's kidney Mr. Halona out of answer special letter. But here answer that one. Thank you for the time, Chairman. Honorable Walker, yes, so thank you.
Yes, Honorable Yellow Hair. She get where Nande Kit or Halona. You have a response?
Kitty, Delegate Yellow Hair. I think that would probably be a good question for Department of Justice that are handling the ARPA funding. Will they be able to spend these dollars on projects that don't have all the required clearances? So a quite so on Sahake so ebony na yati adawal niligi ba yati to ebony na betas only in also so a quite what a koto ya ado do what chose in don't get it all Nicola Joe quite ba haske ado a Washington do that has on in each and we la. She could on Navajo Nation, ya. Did ada il into left did ya. Not Kayaki, Nahat Arthur list. Did that the Nistabedi Nido Ecuador a tribal council, the general leasing regulations of 2013, ye last clear Washington or Yago. Ada in which Honalia, Abe has on in Hoyi La Hokola, Kati art Ekayagi in Hinhitat et or late. Has on a Yazid a bata or fish. Ben yet a not lot or late or a behod or in or late. Ako hut sabe dan dit hata til yago dit ada in or late. Ako agis to hot bon so case or late. Ako hut benin nache kun on hibe landa ye Navajo Nation than the clinic. I'd say that art FBI lana in there. It added more time and more years. Benina what that Yago on a hikuchi that Indo Ben Dale Nesto be Landa Ilye. So it shortened the time go at the Anning class on hold later la whole one as netla. That's in 90 days as long homesite lease. The Bahana Shani 7 years don't know what in under the table at the flagit and get out need. When we get faster, some people are not used to doing those things quicker. What is doing it? Can that drop on a kind of a deep cow jake get out? What a haste or hold on ain't my husband or his. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable or Mr. Halona. Honorable, that's it. The honorable members of Resource Development Committee. That's an idle kid.
Let us delegate yellow hair again. I'm not too satisfied with the answer from Mr. Halona. I wanted to make it clear and clarify clearly, even not just kidding.
Okay. Akoshita, Sina. Yeah, Sneko, Sneko. Honorable members of the Resource Development Committee. At the we can allow our colleagues to also ask questions and speak. Honorable Daniels, you have the floor.
Mr. Vice Chair, Kodo. You say the hotel na Kodo. Naide Kito. I don't know Kodo Kitna has met. Other curiosity out of like, yeah, Naide Kodo colleagues from Linigi, Kodo, Arinta Kodo, members of the RDC, Kodo, yeah, Naide Kodo. Oh, you hotel na Kodo. Not that the Hadidi come from the Snakadot. Yeah, besides RDC meeting, Mr. Halona, the Darrell Casino art, has dog guardian, the dog kisses dog. So, 8 years of hospital is not going later. I think we need to move forward on the agenda. As Vice Chair, thank you.
Honorable Daniels. Ashin Hodonic. Honorable Yellow here. Isn't that yapping that all this even other yapping that all this queer? I did kit Ninigi the Shina, Honorable Yellow here.
Yes, it's Pro Temp Chairman Thomas Walker. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. The now let's get all straight to the point. Later to see the homesite Lisaki out of a lot of couldn't they face a patchy on a lot of late on that kid. So couldn't lay Mr. Halona. He has on a Washington or the Arden fabricated in with us. And he has on a art a deed a homesite list Ada the the cancer day, like the truth other like 1,000. Jadi wasn't done, but basically hotel it's going to reflect that one. But Korea George to us or DA to what unlawful cost homicide is they to listen to that no you had to see that and he really straight to the point. Or you I guess don't be on has those things and it does just infiltrate or hala then that his national on resource committee. The one be not eat as a don't avoid anything like this national on. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much.
So, Honorable Yellow here. To get Mr. Halona. That not not easy.
Oh, yeah, Delegate Walker, Vice Chair Hotep. Should not any Delegate Yellow hair. I call AA, Asian resolution, at least what ended the RDC. AA, with that AA, waivers. Lado process change of process change in regulations, amending the regulations. But that by what all yago ya ha hot need. By yan tigi ado the no home site lease what need a ha need an least dispute bahatas kagonet rinak nature. And the hot hod just hot honey. A co AD ban saha case or zo aliago. Deed aliago. Ja, all reports start is trying to be hasty. Deed on the recommendation with other deal, how about us? A co deed a ban city case, deed in ban city case or that or the Nini Joe what Hagy. Yeah. ARDC yan sito kosto egia do sito hit idoli akodi kodo edit administratively did out that the links to that the ako na so londo le de chat or le ako naso hot paaliago yat echotis ako what edole kya
Mr. Halona Quinzachi. These are bacon dowsing the report to give home site lease by Yati Anzago Odina. A coho Yati report to that the deal. But echo, I don't know how to be cut. Okay, look, it's out in dowsing and a coho what is all this? I'm going to call for the question and for in accepting the report. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez, the vote's green.
Thank you. Honorable Nez. Honorable Key Allen Begay, how do you vote? Key Allen Begay, how do you vote, sir? Not Honorable Herman Daniels. How do you vote?
I vote green.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Mark Freeland. How do you vote?
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by.
Honorable Freeland. How do you vote? Not Honorable Wilson Stewart. How do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart. How do you vote? Okay, Mr. Tai, do we have any votes that are sent in by texting?
Vice Chair Walker, Delegate Key Allen McGay and Delegate Stewart are on the call. I've asked them to unmute their Zoom so they can provide their vote. And no, there hasn't been any text message. And I'm looking right now to double check. Mark Freeland did indicate that he's voting green on the report.
Okay.
And Delegate Key Allen McGay also indicated he's voting green on the report as well.
Okay. Agoshin, we have a vote of 4 in favor. Opposing, there are none. The vice chairman does not vote on this particular vote. Is it another report?
Is that vice chair?
Okay.
I'm gonna do my vote.
Okay. Before I continue, let's take care of this. We have a vote of 5 in favor, none opposed, and vice chair not voting. Honorable Stewart casts his vote in favor for the record. A report by Navajo Nation Land Department on all the cell towers owners updating their operations on the Navajo Nation. Again, presenter is Mike Halona, Department Manager from Navajo Land Department. Kwashi, Shigetnana, you have 20 minutes for this report. You may proceed.
Chairman, Vice Chairman Walker Potemp, Auto Resource Development Committee members, Auto Honorable Delegates, I not Agi, the honor to Hunza, then the not sounds are just a call. And reportee at Danhich and what I sent the report, so you should be able to follow along real quickly. The report that I'm providing is a summary provided by Vertical Bridge to Navajo Land Department. They are the entity that has been contracted by the Navajo Nation. And they're the ones that are doing all the inventories, doing the assessment on all the towers. So their report is pretty extensive. I'm going to start for time purposes. They've been collecting. So I'll just go into the presentation on status update. Up to date, they have inventoried 800 plus towers and structures that have been identified. And about 850 towers and structures have been uploaded in the electronic system that we have access to. We have the pictures, the amount, who owns it, when they started, who's also on the towers, have they been paying rent, have they been paying the taxes, and so forth. Up to date, the nation has received 1.3 million back in back billing. Most of them are the amount that come in from ComNet and SBI, which is Cell One. There's pending back rent from one of the carriers who's been operating on Navajo for a number of years. And we estimate that they owe the nation about $12 million in back rent. So we'll continue to look at being able to receive some of the back rent and payments and get all of these carriers into compliance, meaning that they have authorization to be operating on Navajo. They have a ground lease with the Navajo Nation. They're paying their rent to the Navajo Nation. And all of that money comes into the Navajo Nation to the General Land Development Department. and then, well, for actually to Vertical Bridge, and then they submit it to accounts payable. So accounts payable also has a running tally of all of the operation, and they also have access to the portal for the Navajo Nation and all of the towers that are being put in place. FirstNet deployment is underway. I'm on slide 8 for update, status update. FirstNet deployment is underway. ComNet has completed most of their FirstNet co-locations. One of the things that's been a challenge is lack of regulations is affecting the rollout. We have had work sessions. We've had public comments, and those regulations have been completed from the Division of Natural Resource side. It's been over at NTUA, but my understanding is that the commission has completed all of their reviews, comments, and has sent the regulations to the president's office, so then it can go from there to legislative council for legislation. The Vertical Bridge has begun collecting sales tax, which hasn't happened in the past. A dedicated tax accountant is engaged with the Navajo Nation, so we're working directly with the tax commission to ensure that all the taxes are being paid. The discussion now is PIT tax, which is pit taxes, precatory income tax, is being looked at and being calculated. There's still some tower owners that will try to circumvent the system. Many other carriers are trying to get started on Navajo. They're not having any good success in co-locating. They're being asked to pay too much. Some of the towers that have been developed are waiting, trying to get power. And I know my Delegate Boudet will ask about the tower that was put up by Cell 1 over by Low Mountain. That's been trying to get power. They've been running on a generator. These are some of the problems that are being brought up by the carriers, such as T-Mobile. The T-Mobile has now got are coming into the area. They really would like to develop on Navajo and provide the services to a lot of the T-Mobile carriers that we have. And then go to the next slide, which is slide 11, status of the regulations. As I mentioned, a lot is posed on the regulations to be able to do a lot of the things that the carriers are asking for. One is being able to have a value driven rental and not just one rate across the board. That was established in 2005. That was by legislation by RDC. At the time, carriers were paying $24,000 annually to the Navajo Nation for a tower. In 2005, it was reduced by 50% because the carrier is saying that they can't build out if it stays at that rate. So it was cut to $12,000 a year for all carriers. One of the challenges FirstNet is affected because particularly it relates to non-tower structures. The regulations that had talked about non-tower structures means water tanks, buildings, other structures that are not an actual cell tower is allowed, and then there are provisions in there. None of our legislation currently for Telecom has that. It just mentions the ground leasing aspects. So they've been drafted since 2020. We've had work sessions up to August of 2021. And now we're waiting for that to be presented to RDC for consideration, and also NNTRC would like to take it to their oversight, which is now be for approval. Some of the goals of those new regulations are to create consistency in what laws we have now, the elimination of waivers, concessions, side agreements, special rights. So it's a clear, level playing field for any telecom company that we have right now. It's different for some. We want to be able to have transparency, to be able to approve all the leases and documents. We want to streamline the process that is allowed in the processing of towers, and then also the revenue generation side will be equal, and that will then allow large carriers to come on Navajo, because now they know what the rules of the game are, what's going to be expected, but they want to be able to get them done quickly and fast, and are willing to invest in putting equipment on Navajo. So the overall industry update on slide 14. T-Mobile has been kind of discouraged, but they're willing to start working with Navajo again. AT&T is very active, working them on the FirstNet, finding ways to help them get on. Verizon is active. There's a new carrier now, if you're not aware of, is Dish Network. Off reservation, they've already done hundreds of applications for Dish Network to be a carrier. There'll be other tenants coming on, such as edge data centers, Internet of Things, they call themselves. So there's a lot of good things that would help us with the broadband aspects of built out, the communication aspect that we heard earlier, and the economic development presentation. And we'll be able to move those quicker once we get the regulations done. Again, our own enterprise hasn't made it easy for our tower companies and carriers to come on board, because it's competition. They haven't been able to get on some areas because they're being required that they use their backhaul and not their own. So those are some of the things, and now it affects, what does that affect? That affects the people receiving services. So those challenges have to be being able to be addressed. Slide 16, we haven't really addressed this, but now we will. NTUA towers, there's about 167 towers on Navajo owned by NTUA. NTUA and NTUA Wireless are actually two different entities. NTUA hasn't paid any rent to the Navajo Nation on any of the towers. They own 51%, and ATN owns 49%. So there's two different entities that actually own Choice Wireless. We are all under the opinion, and I know RDC has mentioned this, and President Nance has also said that everybody on Navajo must pay what is due per the regulations. And so that's kind of where we are, and what needs to happen. With at least 75 NTUA towers, we know there's probably about back rent of over 900,000 annually. So if you figure that in 10 years, 9 million is owed. But we need to move forward, and the regulations is one, to be able to get things moving. and be able to capture the money owed. And earlier, that was brought up also, is all the people are paying, but other people companies don't have to pay. I think was referenced in the presentation from economic development and the questions that were being asked. So those have been billed, invoices will be sent, and we'll be able to capture some of the background owed, bring everybody into compliance, have everything papered, and so they'll be able to be in compliance, operating on Navajo. We'll know where every tower is, who has a lease, who's co-locating, and then of course the rental side could possibly bring what would bring more revenue to the nation on an annual basis. And in closing, again, there's already been some work done as a result of working with FirstNet to get these other towers in compliance, paying over $300,000 in back billing. And so we continue to work towards that aspect, as well as new built out, getting those in places where they will be effective to address the need for services, not only for 911, but for all of us, and then emergency situations and the educational side. And we're working on finding ways to assist in those built outs. So they'll be consistent. Everybody's working together and supporting each other, because we all say that everybody, all the companies want to provide services on Navajo to the people. So we have to be able to ensure that that's happening. So that, in a nutshell, is the presentation. I know we have some of the representatives from Vertical Bridge. I don't know if they want to add anything or wait for questions to be able to address some of them. So, towers, telecommunication towers, the initiative, the accountability aspects, the accounting side of it. So that is our report. Back to you, Delegate Walker.
Yeah, Mr. Halona, for the report. Though additional information can be provided during the Q&A portion of this report. Committee members, if I ask them to establish a motion to accept the report. Committee members, is there a motion to accept the report?
Motion, Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, okay. Yes, is there a second to the motion, committee members?
Stewart.
And yes, for the second to the motion. The floor open to the committee for their question and comments. Okay, Honorable Daniels, you have the floor.
Vice Chair. So stay going to Arunana Kodo Chair AIC Banana Shano. Stokodo, Yakodo, Father Sinkodo, Patazan, representing Convey Resources and Development Committee called Yakodo Chair. I did the Kodo RDC members of Senegi. I see on the Saki in Hospital Lakodo. It was not that the Kodo, other than Saki, they Kodo. Because the Nabi start of the Nabi Kokodo and great give staff I see Yakodo and Huskies. say North Mexico. Okay, I think yeah, I don't know what here. It's Hashima. So yeah, I don't know the my brother could Honorable Halona, Mr. Halona. Yeah. Running Chicago, he's a husband. Here he's not good. The cell towers. As the Quago saying, yeah, me too. The father has changed so I could did that me, Jackie. Because a day at the me, every day. Well, a day at home store. What a go say, though. Don't add it on this store. But yeah, could I don't could on the down. But I was in a beta cell tower. Other cuisine. Yeah, that means local. The convey now of our culture. A whole table. The convey not on this amity. I see for the you know. Not the no. Then the card, yeah, that means local. You see the very they land that you see the now that there's something to do. Go to Baba Sake. Say, take all day, that each case other. I don't put on the way down. The way adequate come down, the way down. The way down. Shan't total. Shan't Lenegate Hatnam, a large of the baggy. Mr. Roland Small Canyon, chapter president. A quote J.E. Laco. May 24th at 1:35 p.m. Chicago. I don't know the questions to see Dalia, local chapter official. This is regarding the way the communication tower, Marsh Pass communication tower on top of Black Mesa. For the great Black Mesa pipeline facility. Black Mesa pipeline, she does the Azure she does the Bendejo. So, either get Kodoya, yes, keep on the gate, Shant Kodo. I don't know, Shanto chapter is a certified chapter. A Hotai Kodo, a Kimit, Araquina Hayadashin. I go the 31st chapter to get certified out of the 110 chapter. I don't know, be street. I mean, still non hashing for a up there. Not the other people out of there, yes, people. Out of there, non Shada, yes, I don't know, Shash Yugo. Out of there. In a BBG, the Halita, other bonnet, no way south tower again, the John Neck or so that yes, people. So, a begin saying, Lakodo. In so every Monday evening they have their leadership meeting. The race club get our constant they have to know that no, they 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock to that another walk over there. So it does it me this kitchen song for those Mr. Halona could that my brother would maybe next week that get calling that these have been his now these ADG. The communication tower, the Black Mesa Bakaji Agi Marsh Pass communication tower. So could always they need this kitchen phone out of usually what they do is they provide calling numbers, I don't know all the information to get online. So they could have Mr. Halona could so that's just a request verbally I don't thank you should say Vice Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Do you have a response, Mr. Halona?
Delegate Walker, yeah. Kanatin anigiti oro daitins kidigi Delegate Daniels. Sitile. I say Nepal nahi ba shehatsan. Ako o secheti li khao nela sahi kleto silindahati ne. Ale sa das agi la khela I sepe khela niche huido litla. Khela eshita nila. Johota ei dande ndal kha. Sahoe dan hida sudan nesa. Ako ei rigi she edo Navajo Nation Towers that do le anike. Today ido anike be beso be da deal. Na aje ikado chida o. Ako eshi be ba dia de shahota. Ako ya ota. Ni chiche deal ya.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Halona. Honorable Daniels, follow-up? Do you have a follow-up? Question, comment?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, Nana Kodo. I don't know again to Mr. Halona. Thank you for your response. Kodo the leadership meeting. Kodo between now and then probably do some research. Yeah, that thought that's a bit of other thing, but part of it when his own now should be that I don't it all messaging the Shanto chapter. I could for the Chinese $8. So I young the kids could so it is a none dish kids could on the later between now and then. How big the day is already then just for these the leadership meeting for idiot adults could have done. Mr. Halon, the Vice Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Resource Development Committee members, honorable members, do you have any other questions, comments to the report? Going once, twice, doesn't either fish and attend the report ignition that the deal so in your votes the Chahagi Kotela Koshinant Resource Development Committee members or presenters or I should say report except that deal but so on the agenda. So I'm going to call for the questions. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote, sir?
Delegate Rick Nez, votes green.
Thank you for that vote. Honorable T. Allen Begay, how do you vote? None. Not Honorable Mark Freeland. Che, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Walker?
Yes.
Delegate Freeland texted his vote and he votes green on the report.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Tahi. Che, Honorable Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Okay, thank you for that. Honorable Wilson Stewart, how do you vote?
Green.
Okay, thank you for that vote. We have a vote of 4 in favor, none opposing. There are none. Vice Chairman doesn't vote, so we accept the report. What for the reports you've given to the committee up to this point.
Chairman, did you get my vote, Kelly? Green.
Okay, before we move on to the next item, we will include a vote from Honorable T. Allen Begay for the record. So we now have a vote of 5 in favor. Then opposing, there are none. Vice Chair not voting. Report from NTUA on the challenging issues relating to power lines and wastewater facility infrastructure development ADA for the primary and secondary growth centers. So NTUA will allow them to provide presentation. Mr. Rex Kuntz, are you on the line, sir?
Vice Chairman?
Yes.
Vice Chairman, you skipped report item D.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Navajo report by the Navajo Nation Land Department on the sale of 7 acres of land to Yavapai County to expand the airport in Seligman, Arizona, so that the airport can be in FAA compliance. Again, presenter Mike Colonna. We have 20 minutes. I apologize for the oversight here. Colonna.
Hakushinla. Kaya Vice Chair Walker, Pro Tem, sa natin ani Honorable Delegates, not Resource Development Committee. So Honza and the Neta is not Toyate. There's unseen. Akodiba Hanegi, not sorting each and what Eliane. Kenya. Soon Hanahaton. No. At Al Sosido, Tonaska, Kenya Hagido, Naska. The partial is in Seligman, Arizona. The Big Boquillas Ranch. Quagga, Seligman. If you ever been to Seligman, it's on the west side of town, the airport. Aquagga. Yavapai County is the operator and the maintainer of the airport there in Seligman. That's it. That's enough. Del Masa. Na kid appraisal Halia. We have an increase in the value. It's not so of a car. So now we're going to be able to acquire or sell that property for more than what we had anticipated to begin with. So the purpose of selling that land is just, it's right along the fence line of the airport. They want to be able to extend it so they'll be in compliance with the new FFA safety requirements. So they need to expand the airport so they'll be able to be in compliance. Auto tribal plane, and so when you total the whole strip, it's 7.2 acres, and the sale price is about $20,000 for 7.2 acres that the county will purchase. The reason we are coming to RDC is that the purchase agreement is ready to be signed at the president's office. President Nez has asked that we inform RDC of the sale and requested for a support letter from RDC that they support the sale of 7.2 acres to Yavapai County, so the airport will be in compliance, and those funds will go into back into land acquisition. What report is on it? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Halona, again for the report. Shananta, establish a motion, accept the report. Committee members, is there a motion?
Motion, Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
Delegate Rick Nez.
Okay, Chairman Nez, thank you. And so we have a motion, we have a second to accept the report. Are there any questions, committee members? Questions for Mr. Halona? Honorable Daniels, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much for all my brother was all that Mr. Halona just happened great yeah, not in me. They could have asked the very happened, I don't know, Office of Vice President. They could have wrote so to get the whole case. I could have right before we do anything. Or you go back to the shadow that we see that is a people case. Or could have open this case. I said that the need is so that they were on this case. Could have from a great okay. I don't know. That was RDC. I don't know. Could have great. Maybe we can also invite 24 colleagues. So it is that the need is could have. I don't say that their husband called leisure call. So that that's not the so it is not the snake without as vice chair other than Mr. Halona without then he took me in Yaki, sit out of Taban of Ketako. I was how the schedule of the deal, so added the cultivation of the deal added. So it is a papa fit or Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels, for your thoughts there, your suggestions, and so Ishi on City Keystone Dictator. Shahi, Mr. Halona, Ecuador Honorable Daniels, Yahatikist Abonetza, Yokai tonight dictate. King Cloudats, Ecuador, Niki, that's it. That's Pixiox Castle, quit another those, that's it, at the Kaya. Not in there. Niki, although could on Hinand, Yahatikit, and that the need cut on here. What other yet is she Banza Kisako. Mr. Halona?
Chairman Pro Tem Delegate Walker. Joe, the Nil International, seeing Article whom Coney Kagoshi, Hayat, Harlet, County, Astana, Hedison, but Nahas Tom. On days, master long. I don't COVID, 2 years. I call Article so Kadea, not Saucy Art, President, Officer, since RDC letter, get a ball taught I don't hit what ya, I don't see that's least though. I don't hana hat on ne. I don't base with this in it, what do ne? Show what do ne? I call AD in had on the help, then you get your area. $20,120. I call 1,000 will go to the title. Auto $19,120 or cash from the buyer at close of escrow. Based on it, what not on it. 7.2 acres. Airport. It fence line. It's along the whole fence line of the airport. One part of it is actually an old landfill on the west side. $88,000. One arrows with another how. I don't know what it don't start. Kodoi asa just tang aja biga to not so anzaro ta. Ako ya atskent ko hasin ta to thesis ya to on khaban sak case to like ya. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Halona. Joe, Elako. Ashing Hada Mansi Kisto, to Penyada, Cheda Dil Nikako. Ko what Ela, Honorable Stewart, you have the floor.
Questions, Jayaja, thank you. Auto RDC members. So yeah, Mr. Halona. So this is for Big Bow Ranch. So using the word ranch, a peso, does that go back into the tribal ranch program? Or but I know you stated it earlier, but where does that funding go then? Is it back into the general funds?
Mr. Halona?
Yeah, no. Let's show Walker. Yeah. I just said, a peso, a land acquisition, going to end the note. What are a wants to take place? There's a small corral on the outside. If we need to pay to have it removed, some of that money can probably be used to move that little corral that they put right next to the airport. It's a holding pen, I think. It's just a holding pen, so they were using. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Follow up.
Thank you.
Honorable members of the Resource Development Committee.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair. Mr. Vice Chair, Mariana Khan.
Oh, okay. Chumayaja, Office of Legislative Counsel. Agoshin, Chair recognizes you. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and Chair Pro Tem and members of the Resources and Development Committee. I had just heard that Mr. Halona was suggesting that the Resources and Development Committee develop a memorandum with regard to approval of this particular sale of the property. My concern is that the standing committees approve or operate with regard to resolutions, and that I did not know. My advice would have been that there be a resolution developed in which the Resources and Development Committee were to vote on this particular subject, the sale of the particular land parcel or portion of the land parcel, Mr. Vice Chair. And I understand what I'm hearing is there's a time consideration. I don't know if Ms. Bobroff is currently still on the phone, whether she would like to weigh in as to the recommended procedure in which RDC would need to speak on this particular issue. I don't have my laptop. I'm not operating from my laptop, so I don't know if she herself is on the phone. And if she is, perhaps she might have a suggestion on her opinion as to whether a Resources and Development Committee resolution is the way to make Resources and Development Committee's statement as to the sale of the property. Mr. Pro Tem, that's what I have to say on the subject. Thank you. I'll be listening.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Ms. Bobroff, are you still on the call? Are you still with us?
Mr. Chair, this is Lurleen with OLC. Dana is on another call right now that she's handling, so she's not able to weigh in on this particular matter. But I think Mariana, Ms. Khan probably has an idea based on how things have been done in the past. So I defer to Ms. Khan.
Okay. Akweshin, yeah, so no. So let's think about that for a bit. I think we have Honorable Eugene So that wanted to speak. While he does that, we can kind of think about taking steps or a step in reference to the advisement by Ms. Khan here. Shana, Eugene So.
Oh, yeah, RDC members.
Okay, go ahead.
Still, Paul. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I feel it is right, like what Daniel said. It should be go to the 24 people, 24 council delegate. It's a land issue. It's land by we're selling a part of the Navajo Nation. Even now, in that we got on the first one. The second one, again, 20,000 is away time so on this case. If I don't know what the land reform is requesting for. Every year they have a land reform. Where it's going to be developing, where it's going, which direction the price goes up. So it seems to me 7 point something acres is 20,000 or something like that is not really enough to me, the way I see it, because even a quarter of an acre, just a plot, can be that much or even more. And also to make it more is the issue regards to the FFA standard. If they are asking for that standard, they have to come up with more. On some bonds, this case, personally, I would think that way, because if I was the council to sign off on, I would like to really see that part of it, because to me, even a plot is dollars over, something $1 million, because I know that a brother of mine sold a piece of land within the Phoenix area to put a 101 road on top of where he lived. It costed him millions. They gave him millions of dollars for it. And they bought him a ranch for that. So those piece of land, if it's really needed, especially if it's going to be it has to be regulated, then that means that cost should go up. Oh, hold on. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, Jana. So, Mr. Halona, you want to respond to that?
Chair, Delegate Walker, Resource Development Committee, Delegate, Otto, Delegate, so, na identity. What adjournment Hainal Hage Lassa Ado, Haila Bakahod appraisal, hard, Ado appraisal that ye la. A 7.2 acres appraised at $9,700. Ado 5,000 corral you move it on. Total of 14,000 John hit dollar need there. We think it's more valuable than that they need. Yeah. 10,120 plus 5 and total on top of the other 5 is $20,120, which is $2,794 per acre. ako ebon sa case hagi la kaya sa to the airport igi egi the length of the fence line. Ako igi extend Eliago is 7.2 acres will meet the safety requirements. Should I know ebony not kaya hita yike. Ako ata we increase the value by a considerable amount. Na ako da dini la or eco. So we went way above the appraisal price and they agreed to it. Akodi kaya na hazni ata 1994 kaya na hazni ata a $68 an acre go na dahisilni. We're going to sell 7.2 acres for $2,794. So there's a big return on the investment then. And again, it's only 7.2 acres along the fence line where the airport is. So we couldn't be able, the value couldn't be higher only because there's less use. What could we build right next to it, to the fence of airport? But now it's open right now. You couldn't build anything else. So it's not like it's storefront property along I-40. It'd be more valuable. But based on where it's located, what's there, and all that is how we got the appraisal. And we are asking above appraisal, which they agreed to. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Halona, for your response to those questions and comments. So, Mr. Tahi, what is your guidance here in involving the Resource and Development Committee in this land sale? And then we heard from Legislative Council, Ms. Khan, asking or recommending or advising that there be, if we're going to do this by resolution, then it's a formal process, legislative process. ADA. Today we can accept a report, certainly. We can instruct our attorney to proceed to develop that resolution. Would that be in order? Right.
Vice Chair Walker, members of RDC, based on the conversation and the recommendation from Delegate Herman Daniels, we can conduct a site tour of the Big Boat area, invite 24 Navajo Nation Council also to see the 7 acres that is being proposed to be sold to Yavapai County. And based off of Mrs. Khan's response, it is my suggestion that this be approved by resolution to RDC or their approval, as this is the official record of RDC versus accepting a report. With that, we can have the next RDC meeting on June 29th, Wednesday, the regular meeting. Hopefully by then, that resolution should be drafted for RDC to take action on. This way we stay within the compliance of trying to expedite this process in order for this sale to either to go through or to be disapproved. That is my recommendation, Vice Chairman and RDC members.
Okay, Akushin, thank you, Mr. Tahi. What else nanda ishin bikaho? That you need to DJ to report gilhon negi e doba na idil kidigishin kwa e kwa accept that you need. Ado kodo niligi ishin hadlen. It la question nanda. Any other questions, comments? Resource Development Committee.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Mr. Daniels, Honorable Daniels. Floor.
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair, I'll make it brief. At Quail Seat, Navajo Nation, they are very snake, but I don't know how to Jay has been to have me, or the Hutsan, they big case ranch. Nahas me, or the la even game, that done so upon this case ago. I look at Ecuador Asian Han, also has been throwing on the Coco Codo and Great the Yakoti Kati Mediki Codo, the Nesh Asian point, the Schnecodo, along with the RDC that and the 24th Council that's in a day, not a share of the day, not in the store. So, 80 Ecuador and Great Kaya Laha Nord Nago, Nahan Nahiti, Maitland Soy Ecuador, Ado Nana Codo, Ado Bohonet, Jordan A. Bamban first case or yet that did. So Codo and Great when ye no she could not get have me go Adonana could just don't get come to have me on the way that the Colorado ranches, the 2 Colorado ranches. Edo could go years at the at quite whole just they thought from Canada your cage. So Edo way Bamban first case or I call Adonana could have done a finity that's been not looked though. I think it was and they ranches because I repeat the whole miracle. Adonana could we have ranches so because she's been get Edo has your body in them still though. Adonana could okay and not a miracle. Or you about this case we have our own people could only wait a shot was from the best of the hand not either. Either she but which are need, she born that for the bounces case or this alcohol. So you got the labor bounces case that did. So it is a hospital, the government, Mr. Vice Chair, could I don't need that. I think that the needs each other. So it is. Thank you.
Honorable Daniels, Ishinda, but not a deed into Tanani on the agenda, purpose of the travel, purpose of the visit. Out in Seligman, either quite a shimpan that it deep in yet it either the Kong had a hot ocean had a deca, because I had a deep Nico. I didn't see it as check. I don't know, I just kid now. Who else that? I heard maybe Officer Legislative Council.
Eugene,
did I hear anyone? That's what I'm now fishing. But I get a quite hard see in the. Was that Miss Khan? You wanted to speak? I thought I heard someone. It was you. Honorable So Shahi question. And now we don't.
Question. I said, about 100 for the further hand that in Hoko. Then appraisal, land reform, every year land reform that you need the hotel. Also, going to as a Ghana Western. Are they gay? Ya in a yisne. Is that what she does in Sunday? The spouse on a Haitian band lady yosne. No yisne, but lot of Christian can't only laugh. So it are in such case. But I about the case or that one, of course, when we do want to sell it back. When now, we know if it's really needed, like in this case, airport though, FFA has to be in accordance with the regulation. That means we can ask for more. If that's where we can handle it. We got the leverage. We can use it. So what's go use this still level with that really regulated thing that we really need it and it has to be that we has to be the airport. It has to be this long and this wide. But no, they need to come up with that money. And so how much they want that airport regulated. Could I go about this case on that? It all she had thank you.
Yeah, sure now, Honorable. So she the could the bands of the case or little could that ego that none join hat in head a whole none the wheat up in ya ya the landate leto a court she the bands of the case or the land but ella resource development committee members last night at the report gishing that the deals but I will call for the question and accepting the report.
Chairman Kelly.
Okay, Honorable Gay. Yes, Honorable Gay.
Yeah.
The floor.
Yeah, the meeting that you did, I knew you put that, but you still had to press *6. Anyway, DK and I always say that we always rush to do things when a non-Navajo says something. Lagana going that I was in Koto asked for the Hino Adaba 80. A coco aquat and his ade, and then Diniki baby Chanaho not there. Kaya, Ikanado, though I issued the niche by yes, quack it. Oh, no, for just hada eats. I think we should not do that. I will oppose it. Specifically, whoever is asking, come before the RDC. They need to do that. I mean, any inch of a land, an acre of the land that belongs to the Navajo should be very much to hold on to it. Maybe one day that a Navajo person wants to establish something there in that particular area that we're going to be selling. They don't the net don't hit the net. Ye ekito lasto koto ye it ata e naito desiki atena o ado peso ndi nechinte o haji ko shinchunani dot isisto. I think that we need to stand fast on this particular land. The same way, could only Colorado had indicated that there's a purpose and the reason why. But yet, it all what eight of this, not what this, she's no. Kaya Lindiki eat off. Because that's no, our base of Banda is lean. A call Argent out the Queen Sheep see. I should out the Hazoy goes out the Neta. I should out the Kayan Scala, some store. A call Elachit. The same way with the Colorado Ranch. Argent open out at store. A call Con hit the Nan Ziniki. It out the I don't need to, I don't need to need. For example, just right now, that if a person wants to say that I want to establish some type of range land management in that particular area, then we're going to pull out about 100 pages of document to say that, well, let this fill these out and then finalize it, and then we'll get to you when we get to you. She want to don't need other. But for non-Navajo, but allowing kiddies what hissa. So about the nation that can, we're using our own resource to get things done for non-Navajo. So I'll continue to say this no matter what. The Kachini, the Nashing, the Nindash. How He's really going to choose that in half an hour.
Mr. Tahi, is Honorable Begay still on the call? Did he drop off?
Vice Chair Walker, Delegate Begay is still on the call, but I believe that his call dropped. He is no longer on the call. His call did drop now.
Okay, so as you probably all know, Honorable Begay's statements, they were choppy. So that's the question. And I say it's because we're on the record. That's no, it sounds like he's driving also. Honorable members of the committee, Mr. Halona, Honorable Begay,
Chairman, I got cut off.
Okay, Katsula, Honorable Begay, you have the floor.
I'm not sure where I got cut off. But the Kodo Bayashtiki, it concerns Kadosh Zinga. A lot of time, we really get things out of the way to help non-Navajo people at their request. Just like a statement that was made by Mr. Alona that a home site lease was signed off in a certain chapter, but that's not really the case. I don't so one way or another, I believe that we shouldn't be selling any land except that it's really necessary. I don't know if this is an administrative matter that it doesn't matter if we say something or not, but if it's going to go before the either the RDC or the council, I'll probably vote against it. Again, the main theme is that we need to really help our own Navajo people. Chairman, although this is just a report and we really can't do anything but to accept the report, that doesn't mean that we're supporting the what was reported on. It's just a matter of us accepting the report output of what's documented to officially put it on record of what's been said about an issue that was on the agenda. Chairman, I yield the floor back.
Honorable Begay, the hand zito di kweke pahone egi kaya nahani ke pa henzi navigason ki ansun kisigi ko ishi illa. It's on record and it's a matter of record. The report igi issued at indicate that deal nation that the deal so chado things to do, how to what the next steps are for committee, standing committee oversight committee what is appropriate, what is legal. And we'll call for the questions. Honorable Chairman Nez, how do you vote on accepting the report?
Delegate Rooknez votes green.
Thank you, Chairman. The Honorable Keelan McGay, how do you vote?
Chairman Gill accepts the report green.
Okay, thank you for that. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland, do you vote on accepting the report? No, not Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Okay, thank you for that, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Wilson Stewart, how do you vote?
Green.
Green. Okay, so we have a vote of 4 in favor. Opposing, there are none. And the presiding vice chair does not vote. Motion carries. We've accepted the report. The report. The NTUA issue. Mr. Rex Kuntz, are you on the call with us?
Yes, sir. I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Kuntz. So you have the floor for the 20-minute report that's titled on the agenda there. I mentioned it a number of times earlier. So you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, members of RDC and all the other attendees. We're here on a couple of issues. The first one that we want to talk about is a power line extension to the new Delcon hospital, and it's hung up with some issues. So we do have a presentation, and I'm going to turn the floor over to our electric staff. So Lester Lee is our electric director. He'll make this presentation. Lester.
Good afternoon, members of the RDC committee and guests. And I do have also Ms. Shannon Burnett, who's going to help me with the right-of-way portion. Okay, and then also have a couple of engineers here that help me provide some of the technical information support. So this is just a report on the Indian Wells project that our goal is to build a transmission line from Indian Wells all the way to Delcon area, and then build a substation east of Delcon, and then build a distribution line that will serve continue to serve the existing community in Delcon, and then also to add an additional power line to serve the medical center that's being built there in Delcon, and so also to serve also additional loads that are being planned. For example, I think the health center is also going to build some staff housings, and then also OEHE has some water lines they're going to build, and it's going to provide support to those booster pumps going west of Delcon towards Loop. So we'll start with the Indian line wells. We started if you go to Shannon, if you go, this is a map that shows, this is an overall map that shows the transmission line from Bitahuchi substation, as you see on your upper right-hand corner. And there's different color lines there, and I'll explain that. So the red areas or allotment areas. Okay, so we got several allotment areas in the region. So the line begins from the Telecom substation, and we had initially routed the transmission line from that station, following the light blue or teal colored route there. It followed the line up to a certain point, and then it veered south around on the southern end of the area. And the reason for that was, as you see, there's several allotment areas there that we wanted to, if possible, was to avoid those allotment areas. And that was the reason for routing the lines around it. Okay. And then you also see, you can barely see an orange colored line. So that's an alternate route, because the light blue, for example, and you see a round purple area there. The initial was that we had some permittees there that opposed the line going through that route and would not approve would not consent. And so we've after that we've went through an alternate route, which is this orange colored area. We further down the line, and then try to salvage as much as the line, because the line was already designed and the clearances were finished, and we wanted to minimize the amount of redoing a lot of the work. And then we also, for that route, we also encountered a couple of permittees that also did not want to give consent. And so that caused us to go another route, which is the current route, and is shown in green. I don't know if you can see. And that green route follows the highway, Route 15, pretty much. And also, we do have an existing distribution line that currently runs from the Bitauchi area all the way to Telecom. And it follows along that route, BIA Route 115. And so we've made a decision to route the transmission line along that same route where that distribution line is. And so currently that's the route that we're pursuing. And you see the substation is shown indicated on the western end of on your further left-hand side of the map there. And that's where the existing substation is located. And so this map shows this area. And then there are actually a total of was it 7, right, Shannon? Allotments? Was it 9?
There's 9 allotments.
Yeah, 9 allotments. And out of that 9 allotments, we received approvals from the BIA for 6 of those. And then for 2 of the allotments, they asked for additional documents. And so we are working with BIA to provide those documents. And then on the one allotment, which is, you see where that triangle is, that shaded area, that's the allotment that we do not have, currently do not have rights of way for it. And so we are required to do the whole rights of way for that allotment. That includes doing the land appraisal, getting the consents from the allottees, and then also redoing some of the archaeological or the cultural. So that's the route that we have. So at this point, we have that one allotment that we still need to get all the consents. And then you also see a triangle there right beside that allotment area, just right on the Indian Wells chapter area. We have one permittee at this point has not been willing to give us consent. So we do have one consent that's still outstanding, and then we also have a consultant that's working full time, reaching out to the allottees and the permittees to get the consents that we need for these projects. So this map shows, try to give you an overall area, and I think the next slide is going to give a detail of where we are with each one of these, and I've already made some statements on it. So if you can go to the next slide, Shannon. So this is the initial route, as I said earlier, is it follows the current route. So the initial route followed Route 15 and then veered south in that light blue line. And so we had 2 or 3 consenters that did not want to consent. So and that occurred back in around as early as 2018, and then attempted again in 2021. And so some of the work was done, and the cultural and the biological surveys were completed for this line at that time. And then for the second route, and when we rerouted the transmission line along Route 15, which was colored by orange, and then also that one, we also encountered opposition for the power line to be routed in that area. And then so if you go to the next slide. So the current route, which is the green route, which runs right along BIA Route 15, which is also in the same corridor, is the existing distribution line. So what we're going to do is we're going to replace the existing line, and in this place, we're going to build a transmission line with an distribution line underbuilt, because that distribution line, it needs to stay in place to continue to serve the residences all along the line from Indian Wells all the way into Telecom. So that distribution line needs to stay in service. And for us to make it possible for transmission line, the only way to do it was that we underbuilt it. In other words, we build a transmission line, and then on the same structures, underneath it we route a distribution line. So it goes to 2 chapters, the Indian Wells chapter and the Telecom chapter. And it also crosses, as earlier I said, that it crosses the Navajo Nation trust lands and also the Indian allotments. And then archaeological compliances we have received for the current route. And currently we also working with the Fish and Wildlife for the biological consultations. And also the legal survey for the line has been completed. Okay. Shannon, good. Yeah. So on this area, we tried to summarize the status on the consents. For the trust lands, of course, in the Telecom area, we have received all consents, and then for the Indian Wells chapter, we have one permittee that is currently opposing or not willing to give consent out of the total of 9 permittees. And then for the allotment, again, we had a total of 9 non-allotments. And BIA, in our meetings with them, they've give us approval to go ahead and cross 6 allotments. And then also for 2 allotments, they've asked for additional documents to be able to for us to put a complete package together. And we are also working on those documents and for submittal back to BIA. And then there's this one allotment, which is we're currently going through and obtaining consents. And we do have a consultant that's working full time on that. And so there's a total of 68 allottees that's been identified. Next slide, Shannon. So these are here we try to summarize some of the pending tasks and items that still need to be finished. For the trust land portion, we still need to go to make a presentation to both chapter for chapter resolutions for the approval for the routing of the transmission lines through those two chapter areas. And then also complete the biological consultation for the compliance that's required. And also the one area is to get that one consent from the Indian Wells chapter area. Once all of those have been completed, then we will submit a package, the TAA package to the Navajo Nation. That's for the trust land portion. And then for the Indian allotments, and we right now we're working on getting the consents. Once the consents that's needed for the requirements, we'll submit that to BIA. And of course, the one thing I forgot to mention is that we've completed the land appraisals, and then BIA has approved those land appraisal amounts, and those amounts are being presented to each one of those allotments. Okay, so that's where we're at. For the environmental assessments, and also BIA requires that, so that'll happen after we complete the consents. And also, we also need to complete the biological compliance form for the allotments. And so at the end of the transmission line, we need to install a substation that's to step down the voltage from 115 kilovolts down to a distribution level, which is 25 kV. And so that's the basis for the substation here. The substation we've pretty much have the rights of ways that was completed back in 2013. And the purpose of the substation is to be able to provide the capacity that's needed for the community there, and also for the new developments such as the medical center and the staff housings and other developments that are planned for that area. And so at this point, the transformer and then in the control building within the substation is complete. We anticipate having the substation construction completed this month. So at this point, we are 90% complete. Next slide, Shannon. And then this is the distribution line that will serve the community and also all the developments in the Delcon area. So we did have an existing line that was in place. So we've upgraded that existing line with a larger conductor, and that's where you see the 1-aught to a 4-aught conductor, and that's to increase the capacity of that service area. Also, in addition to that, as we're working with the medical center on this project, they requested a dedicated circuit to feed the medical center. In other words, this express feeder, we call it, does not have taps on it. In other words, it's just a straight route line that goes directly to the medical center. And that's the purpose for that is to prevent any outages or minimize any outages to the medical center, and so to have that dedicated distribution line. So there are no taps off this line that directly is connected to the medical center, and so we call it the express feeder, and it provides the highest reliability to the medical center. Also, the existing line that we also built, the other line that we upgraded, also serves the community and also serves as a medical center in case that the express feeder needs to be taken out of service for maintenance or for whatever reasons. So you still have another feeder that serves the medical area. And the line is complete. We have completed construction of these both distribution lines. Of course, the line also serves the staff housings, and then it's also the line continues all west towards Indian Loop. I'm sorry. Next slide, Shannon. Okay, so this is just a summary of the line continues west to the Birch Springs. The existing line was a single phase line, and we have upgraded the existing line to a 3-phase line within the same corridor. And so we did not take any additional lands to do this, as we followed the same route as where the single phase line was. And at this point, we are about 75% complete. And then also at the end of the line, there was a gap between Birch Springs all the way towards the east side of Loop, and so we're also working on extending that line, which is a new line, all the way into the east side of Loop. So that's also that's where you see the new 3-phase line. So, and on that line, which we're working with the OEHE, because on those lines, there are booster stations that are planned for construction, and that line will also serve those booster stations, and those booster stations require 3-phase services. And so far, the rights-of-ways have been approved for those booster stations, and once we complete the main line, then what we'll do is we'll go back and then construct these taps off these main lines to these booster stations. And I think that our plan is at this point looks like probably towards the end of this month, we'll have that main line all the way to the east side of Loop completed and in service.
Thank you, Lester. Leander, why don't you pop back up to the map? Okay, just so we can summarize real quick. The turquoise line was the original route. The purple circle is the consentee that wouldn't sign, and so that's been stuck there. And majority of that line has been cleared except for that one consent. Okay, and then to try to move past that, because Delcon Hospital has a grand opening date they were trying to get to on August 1st, and this project's been held up because of that. The consentee and the alternate route, which is the orange, again, where those stars are located, those are consentees that won't approve that route either. And so that was the majority. That was done and designed and ready to go, but now that was is held up. So the last alternative was to go on the green, which is overbuilding the 115. And as Lester said, that's currently serving people on the distribution side. So you can't take it out of service. You have to convert it. And it's what we refer to as hotline work. So you have to keep it in service. You're pulling out poles, upgrading poles, stringing new wire, while you still have your O line in place, and that increases your construction time frame about 3 times. It takes about 3 times as long to construct it. And we're still going through getting the right-of-way modified in order to build that distribution line. So that's going to take time, and we'll never meet their deadline with that. The consent, if we could get the consent for either the 2 routes, the first route or the alternate route, we have a better chance of starting construction and moving into getting the line built quicker. So that's basically what we wanted to make RDC aware of, was the consents. This is an example of sometimes a lack of a consent will stop a whole project like this. And there's no way we can meet the deadline without the consents in place. Having to go back through the whole right-of-way process for the alternate on the green is going to take a lot more time because we're just now going through that process, and we're not as far. Now, that line is upgrading from Bitahochi on your right-hand side to Delcon. The Delcon substation was upgraded, and it'll deliver power to Delcon, to the hospital and dedicated line, but it also allows a greater amount of power to move further west towards Loop. The Indian Health Service and the Navajo Nation partnered to build a huge water line coming from Loop to Delcon that requires some pumping stations. And so that line was upgraded in order to power up those pumping stations. And as Lester related, it's about 75% complete. The substation is there, but you still need power increased in supply from Bitahochi to Delcon. And that's where our hangup is with this particular line. So that just kind of gives you an idea of the summary here. I don't know if you want to go for questions at this point, Pro Tem Chair, or if we want to do the water. We have a water issue in Chinle that we want to talk about. We'll try to make that presentation a little bit faster, but we could move right into that if you'll allow us to do that. And I would turn the floor over to Dave Schultz, our Principal Engineer on Water.
Okay, thank you for the report, Nanda. The report is in 2 parts. So there's one more report on a wastewater treatment facility project, ADA. So they didn't, the presenters didn't get to that. So if you and I guess committee members, the banane to minutes again reporting time. Aspiga Nanda. Abiga, yeah.
Abiga.
Okay, Mr. Coots, could you proceed on to the next item there?
Thank you. This is the water and wastewater writing concern, and I'll have Dave Schultz cover this one. Dave, let's step through this real quick. Thank you.
Yes, sir, Mr. Coots. Thank you. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Walker and members of the RDC. Next slide, Leander. We also have a water hydraulic upgrade project serving the Dilcon Medical Center, and we have been attempting to put together a TAA package so we can make those water system improvements to get additional water into Dilcon from Lower Greasewood to serve that medical center. We're assembling a TAA package. One of our requirements is to BRCF. And at the beginning of the year, we submitted a request for that BRCF. That's January 2022. And we've made a number of attempts, and a number of communications with Fish and Wildlife to issue that BRCF. And fortunately, we just recently received that, so we'll be putting that in our right-of-way package that will be going into GLAD here very soon. The next project I want to move on to is the Chinle Water Treatment Plant. And to introduce this project, Leander, jump to the next slide with the map. And what we are looking at here is the parcel in question. This is for the water treatment plant. And this treatment plant will remove the iron and manganese that has plagued the Chinle water system since the very beginning, the installation of that water system decades ago. Anybody who's been through Chinle understands that the water there, the quality there is terrible. It meets requirements for primary standards, but it's far from the secondary standards. You don't need secondary standards to call the water safe to drink. And this water also goes north to Chinle and other areas. Through the middle of this map is the Chinle Wash. And the most of Chinle lies in a flood zone. Okay, Leander, you can jump back to the previous slide. This project is funded by the USDA, CDBG, IHS, and a loan from the Sahasan. We submitted a TAA package to the Navajo Nation March of 2021, and we've been sharing data from the preliminary engineering report with GLAD. Initially, GLAD requested us to write a letter to process this application as a TAA. And so we did that. We sent that back a few days later. We had not heard from GLAD, and we had made several attempts, numerous attempts to set up a meeting to find out what is stalling our TAA application. In August 3rd, we were notified that the TAA was not acceptable because it overlapped part of the park boundary, and it was also in the flood zone. And in the following 5 months before, or 4 months before meeting with GLAD, we were trying to attempt to explain to them that there is authority from the Navajo Nation that would allow us to, or allow the nation to grant us right away within the park boundary. We met again with, we met a couple of times in January with GLAD to address the NPS encroachment and also the flood zone. GLAD began to address the NPS encroachment and accepted our argument, but wanted to do some more research with the Department of Justice and the Navajo EPA for clarification on the flood issues. In the meantime, we had sent them a U.S. Army Corps of Engineers floodplain map that we were working with to assess the threat to our proposed water treatment plant. There have been a number of communications with GLAD to have them review this information. We have not had responses to those communications. In April, we sent them a letter, and to this date, we still have not heard from GLAD. Now, Leander, if you'll skip to the last slide, the last map here. This map is of the parcel boundary that we need to build our water treatment plant. And the pink shading is the U.S. Army Corps of Engineer flood zone study. And this is the 100-year flood zone. Our facility, the wells 3, 4, and 5, or 2, 3, and 4 are out of the flood zone, and the water line up to the parcel is out of the flood zone, and so is the parcel. in summary, our ask of the committee is to either grant our TAA through resolution or direct the GLAD to accept our map as is or provide other information. We have been designing this water treatment plant. It's 99% done. We'd like to put this out to bid this summer following a right-of-way. So I'll stand for questions or comments.
Okay, thank you, Boots and your team. They're from NTUA on giving the report to the committee, the 2 reports. So committee members, establish a motion to accept a report. Is there a motion?
Motion, Stewart.
Honorable Stewart provides a motion. Thank you for that. Is there a second? Motion has been made to accept the report. Is there a second? Committee members?
Chairman Walker, that was Herman Daniels doing the second for the motion.
Okay. Honorable Daniels. So questions, comments to the presenters from NTUA. 2 reports. Committee members, presenters, the listening audience. The report gets on record. So stated are a number of issues and concerns on these very important projects to these communities, which are primary growth centers, secondary growth centers. Communities. Chapter do idota na kwagit kahat niki ipa or napanan kaya hikidez ingi e bebes foton ado hit on that ya hatotsi to kwagit sa ako kwagit sa kit nan ako hotela e to shitichen sada dilnistante chot nana at ishin it's on record, and we've received the information, the maps, and the documents. So, following up on these issues, there are appropriate steps standing committee can take, if need be, through legislations or in other ways, letters, resolutions. I'm not saying let's do that. I'm just saying if it comes to that, then we've received a report here. We've received the information on the need, perhaps for Navajo Nation to also be part of, the resolution.
Vice Chair, this is Bill.
Agoshin ada sinanta shina has adole.
Yes. Thank you for the report. Appreciate that report on Telecom. And then I'm going to ask is that besides Telecom, this is in regards to the Deshanto Post Water System intertie. Yeah, there have been some email conversations between NTUA and also OEH. Phil Cooley. Yeah, I forward this email to you, Mr. What Mr. Cooley is trying to get is the water usage permit for Shanto. So that's what I have. I had a conversation with him and also with our Shanto chapter president this morning. So they're trying to speed up this process, speed up the water usage permit, getting the water usage permit so they can start working on it and time into the Shanto fire hydrant. Mr. Vice Chair, yeah, this is besides Telecom. Yeah, I have that question, and also it's for Mr. Coon's information. Perhaps Mr. Coon can request to speed up the process with OEH working out there at the Shanto area. So, yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Mr. Coots, do you have a response?
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. I'll get you an answer tomorrow. I'll get with the staff and we'll have an answer for you tomorrow.
Okay, thank
Mr.
you,
Vice
Mr.
Chair.
Coots. Yes, Honorable Daniels.
Very much again, Mr. Coon. And also appreciate the update on the Telecom medical.
Honorable Daniels, adi yan kigido. Ahazanda ayat ota akwat na hadlan. Saling.
Vice Chair Walker, Delegate Daniels'
Yes.
call dropped. He's no longer on the call.
Okay. Agoshin, committee members, any other questions, comments on the report? Hey, yeah, I just have to say that we received correspondence from the Winslow Indian Healthcare Center, as they will be the occupants and the operator of the new Delcon Medical Center. So they are inquiring about, the project as explained here and letting us know what their issues are. Of course, it's timeline and funding and transfer of land and facilities. So that the nation has legislation pending on that, those transfers. So then, of course, the next beyond that issue, occupancy, then operation, O&M of the new facility. So then the big stakeholder here is NTUA with power and water. Joquag, so this is a whole region that is to be served, at the medical center there, the new medical center. So it's quite important
And I think it's good to get this on record. Also, the Chinle wastewater, that the issues up there. Of course, we are certainly concerned about the report, some of the issues there. Then there's the Tuba City, Curly Valley wastewater facility project as well. Ada, there's issues. I was hoping to hear a report on that also this afternoon, going to the RDC, but we can also follow up on that at the next RDC meeting, the Curly Valley project. Mr. Kuntz and Mr. Schultz and your team there. I think we need to discuss that on record also. At the local level, there's that. Everyone, there's a lot of stakeholders. Chapter and hospital also is involved. The expansion or the growth of the Tuba City Regional Healthcare, ADA, that they're a huge stakeholder here with that project. So there's two hospitals, Aquage, and of course Chinle has its hospital and schools and services and their businesses and residences also. So these growth centers, like Tuba City, Delcon, Chinle, and I'm sure it's like that out in Shiprock and Crown Point, Fort Defiance, Pinyon areas. They probably face similar situations, maybe not immediate, but maybe it's there. I mean, they're there. There are issues. So ito leadership shinanta baba konitsen do le chiben ya report de ni ke zo di ba liya ko chune chon je chot a ko ta ha ta chon halan aye ko shimpen na ansto yo ya ya ta ki shi do ayu okay ya pe lan ni le ki kwage so kwage ada net na halan sa ho nan sa a floodplain area to ta ne ko nan sa in ke ya ki ta sogi tai ki sa ta go li he ki ta e do ta ke ya ta ji shi bin ya ta zo do da ta ta o ji ben ji kawan ne ko te la nan ta sa ba na na si
Chairman Keelan.
All right, Hakushin, Honorable P. Allen Begay, you have the floor.
Chairman, just a simple question. What is the total amperage needed to power the Delcon Medical Center and the staff quarters? This is a question being asked. So could NTUA respond? Chairman, thank you.
Your Honorable Begay, Mr. Kuntz, NTUA, you want to respond?
Yes, I'm not sure if all of you had access to the map, but the power comes in at the Bitahochi substation, and the line has to be upgraded in order to move the volume of power needed at the Delcon Hospital. And that's the line that's in question that we need to get one of the three routes cleared in order to get power there. And then again, from there, you have to have power to pump the water from Loop to Delcon. That's further down the road. That project is also being pursued jointly by Indian Health Service and Water Management Branch. And portions of that have been completed. The substation is 90% completed. So we're trying to keep work moving on all pieces. It's just we got to get that tie line from Bitahochi to Delcon completed, and that's where the power is going to come from Bitahochi substation to Delcon substation, and that'll provide the supply of power in Delcon.
Christine, go ahead, Mr. Kuntz, Honorable Begay, follow up.
No, I don't.
Go ahead, Nana. committee members, any other questions, comments for the presenters?
Shaja, I have a comment.
Honorable Stewart Agwashin, you have the floor.
Oh yeah, this is Shaja on the RDC members, Mr. Kuntz and staff from NTUA, and the report provided on the primary and secondary growth centers for Dalcon and Chinle, and in discussions with other chapters and also with the local community and what the NTUA has been trying to assist the chapters with as far as upgrading power in various communities, and knowing that the whole day has been talk about economic growth and development. My question then would be, with this upgrade and power for these communities, and I know that there's probably outlook on the other communities as well, and knowing that the electrical systems that we have now, power that we have now, is not up to par, I guess. I don't know. Is it up to par for what we have now compared to what was when NTUA was first established, and knowing that these lines are not fully upgraded across, because I'm thinking of the Ganado Hospital that's coming up and then under construction, the various developments happening within Fort Defiance, and also the improvement requests for Navajo and Red Lake area, and then also with the potential upgrade going to happen in Sawmill, and these power utilities that need to be upgraded. And also, with that, then the water coming in as well. We talked about water from the Gout Waterline project on various occasions, and how that will help bring water this way. And then also now, with the water that we're dealing with in also Chinle and Dalcon to get them water, is there going to be enough to get the water for Ganado Hospital as well, as far as how many other structures are we going to be looking at within the communities that would need that? I know there's potential in business development and also upgrades in various communities that we hear about as delegates, thinking about all the projects that the community Club C members have been putting together, the economic development groups from the chapters, to make sure that their communities are going to be starting to grow and develop into their potential. So what are we looking at in those areas with NTUA as far as the structures go, and their construction goes as well, for that in those areas? Those are my questions back. And I know this is probably just going to be two of several reports that will be brought forth between now and, I guess, 10, 15, 20 years, but is there going to be enough to expand on these with the water and also with the utility upgrades out there? And then how soon would those happen as well? Or is it going to be like side by side, or will one, like utilities, have precedence first, or what is NTUA's thoughts on that, Mr. Kuntz? So those are my questions, Shaja. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Mr. Kuntz, response?
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Very, very good questions, and I'm really glad that we're looking at the future, long term. As you know, water rights have been settled on the New Mexico side, and the Utah, has just been signed. Arizona is still under litigation, but there's tremendous amount of water available now through the New Mexico and the Utah side. And then there has to be some agreement on the Arizona side in order for that water to flow freely across Navajo. There is kind of a general conceptual water plan that shows those big transmission mains that are conceptualized. As you know, Cutter Lateral is complete. It is delivering water. That's an example of concept becoming reality. There's plenty of water there. There's no restriction as far as livestock, construction, hauling, to whatever degree people want to get water out of that pipeline, it's more than sufficient. Connected all those communities together, and that's the vision for 491, and then any of these other large conceptual lines that are coming. Once the loop to Delcon line is completed, then there'll be a big supply of water coming into that region. As far as Ganado itself, there was a well that was drilled and completed that NTUA had drilled and completed under the CARES Act with that dollar. Because of the limited time frame, we weren't able to finish the pump house and the plumbing connecting it to the system. And that's one of our projects that was in our ARPA proposal, which is still coming before you all in one shape or form. If it doesn't go through 0086, then we ask for consideration from Delegate James or others that if they do get an allocation of dollars, that would be considered, that would tie that line in. It brings water into that region. So there's bits and pieces like that, smaller projects, larger projects. We're constantly looking for funding. ARPA is a great blessing, and it would be great if we can get some of those dollars to take care of some of these issues. If not, we still look for other sources of dollars. The Chinle water treatment plant, it's been a long-standing issue there. In the past, government projects like IHS and EPA would only fund primary drinking standards, and so secondary standards of taste, odor, color, those types of things were not funded, and that's why those systems were built. They provide water that EPA says is drinkable, but it has taste, odor, or color to it, and it's not very good water. Former delegate there, Delegate Pete pushed for that project, and we were able to get multiple sources of funding because our customers can't afford those multi-million-dollar projects, so we have to constantly apply for public dollars, low interest government loans. And so in that case, we got CDBG grant money, we got some IHS money, some USDA loan grant money. So we put together enough dollars to build that plant, and now we're running into clearance issues with floodplain and park. But that source is already there on the ground. It's supplying water to Chinle, and yet we're told that now we can't treat it properly with restrictions. So those where we need some assistance to get past those roadblocks. But we work very hard to put together these pieces of projects. Window Rock, we already built the new wastewater plant there in anticipation of the water coming from the north, and the line is now being constructed from the 491 region into San Benito. Window Rock, Fort Defiance, Coal Mine, Hunters Point, and Navajo are all intertied, so that water can flow into that system. We built that plant in anticipation of a greater volume of water coming. Took 6 different sources of dollars to build that plant. We have money put together for the Shiprock plant. We in our proposal, we were asking for the final bridge dollars. As these projects take longer and longer to clear and get to the point of construction, cost increases, and even though we got the money available, over time the cost increases and we end up being a little short. So the Shiprock plant is getting close to $30 million plant, and in our ARPA proposal we're asking for $3 million to bridge the gap. If it doesn't come through that, then we keep looking, and we try to find another way to do it. We got money put together for Kayenta. We got money put together for Tuba City. We're running into some clearance problems there. We got more money coming into Chinle for the wastewater side. We still haven't got enough dollars for the whole plant. But those are those projects that we asked for, some assistance through the ARPA. And again, we're strategizing, we're looking at it, we're trying to meet the needs of the people and the community so that they have the ability to grow on the economic side. So in the past, the public dollars have all been geared toward residential services. And so we're trying to push beyond that envelope to the much higher level of service that would meet community needs, commercial as well as community growth, community facilities, government facilities, public safety, everything that you can think of that a community needs. They do consume a lot more water than residential. So we're trying to strategize to build a bigger system and to move into that. Now, a lot of these projects were originally built as individual systems, and over time and growth, they've grown together. So you have Bitahochi, Indian Wells, Talani Lake, Delcon. Those are all communities that were originally served as individual communities, and now they're growing together and being interconnected. And that's where we have to upsize lines and upsize system and even upsize some of the core pipelines in order for us to be able to move that water efficiently across there and meet the needs. So we are trying very hard to envision that. We work closely with Indian Health Service, with Water Management Branch, and a number of their technical people and consultants in constant planning projects. We'd love to have the opportunity to sit down with this committee and show you some of those conceptual plans. We're open to that, Honorable Stewart and members of RDC. Working real hard to try to put it all together, and we just need some support here and there. Thank you.
And Mr. Kuntz, you have a follow-up, Honorable Stewart?
Shajat, just to us as a committee, I would like to go ahead and request that be put on the agenda the next time. Mr. Kuntz's recommendation to meet with them to continue the collaboration as far as the foresight for the Navajo Nation and with NTUA with the water and electrical upgrades across the nation. Because with these water rights coming in, I think that's going to be a major part, especially what we've been talking about with the housing development and the agricultural needs that our farmers and ranchers are going to be needing, and also how water resources will also play a role in that as well. Those are the only comments I want to make again, Shah. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. RDC meeting agenda avocado Nicknonico. But academics and so about another teaching. But about another teaching. John saw data. Any other questions, comments to the report? I am going to call for the question. We will be accepting the report from NTUA. Dr. Nana Jihoshi at in the detail. Chairman Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Nez, votes green.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Nez. Honorable Kiel and Begay, how do you vote?
Great.
Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Great.
Great, okay. Koshin. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Walker, Delegate Freeland texted his vote and he votes green.
Okay. What about Kiel and Begay? Did he text his vote?
Kialamagay texted his vote also, and he votes greens.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Wilson Stewart, how do you vote?
Green.
Green. Okay, we have a vote of 5 in favor. Opposing, there are none. Vice Chair does not vote. So we have that motion carries. We've accepted the report. Okay, Nana, NTUA, Mr. Kuntz, Mr. Schultz, Mr. Lee, Ms. Brunette, although your team there, for meeting with RDC here and providing that report, important, critically important report. But we're done with reports. We're taking care of old business, new business. Close a meeting. Data announcements. Okay.
Daniels here.
Oh, let's see. Honorable Daniels.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair. I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda and add an item to the agenda. Right, just earlier we talked about the ligament to do a site tour. I'd like to add that to the agenda. Vice Chair, motion.
Okay, Hakushi. Motion's been made to add an item to our agenda here. Motion made by Honorable Herman Daniels. Is there a second?
Second, Stewart.
Second. Okay. Honorable Stewart offers that second. So Tashi Baha Sitida item B dot Sahanigi Ashbanaido Kit Tagago Yashin Kwakat and the Dicha. Thus when we vote on it, we will be creating item B under new business. What Ella Lanta what a banana to Yashin Kwa and the Dicha. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Delegate Rick Nez votes green. Okay. Honorable, thank you. Honorable Kiel Begay, how do you vote?
Kiel votes green.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Green. Hakushi, thank you. Honorable Daniels. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Okay. Honorable Wilson Stewart, how do you vote?
Green.
Green. Okay. We have a vote of 4 in favor. Opposing? There are none. Vice Chair not voting. So the motion carries. We now have item B under new business, which would be approving off-reservation travel to Seligman, Arizona. Mr. Tahi, can you give us some guidance on finding a date and time for this travel?
Vice Chair Walker, I would recommend, due to the time and the scheduling, that this paperwork has already been processed through, that we do this as soon as possible. The earliest date that we can do that doesn't interfere with the rest of the scheduling would be for Friday, June 24th, and we can schedule it for 9 a.m. or 10 a.m. It is a 1 hour and 15-minute drive from Flagstaff.
I wish to thank you, Mr. Tahi. Committee members, Ashbiga, June 24, Friday, Telecom. The city Katash, Ashbiga, Nanda.
This is Daniel. Abigashe.
Okay. Agoshin. Oh, that's a motion in this tree. Motion,
Yeah.
yeah.
Vice Chair, yeah, I'll
Okay.
go ahead and make that.
Okay. Question. Motion made by Honorable Daniels to approve offer reservation travel for June 24, 9 a.m. into Seligman, Arizona. To tour, visit Navajo Nation property. Is there a second?
Vice Chair Walker?
Yes.
The second would be just with Wilson Stewart, you would just need their consensus just to add the date and the time, as the motion was already made to amend the agenda to add the site tour of the sale of the 7 acres of land at Yavapai County in Seligman, Arizona. Back to you, Vice Chair Walker.
Okay, so second, Stewart, Abiga, yeah, yeah.
Oh, Shaja Abiga.
Question. What is she's another teacher. Honorable Chair Nez, how do you vote? Delegate Rick Nez, vote screen. Okay, thank you. Chairman Nez, Honorable T. Allen Begay, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Honorable Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Green. Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? He's not on the call. Honorable Stewart, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. So we have a vote of 4 in favor. Opposing, there are none. Vice Chair not voting. So the motion carries. So now we're back to item 8, close of session. Announcements, Mr. Tahi, any announcements?
Vice Chair Walker, members of RDC, I have no new announcements.
Okay, committee members, any announcements? Yeah, let's move to the adjournment part of our agenda here. Committee members, is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion, Daniel.
Okay, second, Stewart.
Motion made by Honorable Daniels, seconded by Honorable Stewart. Questions, comments? If none, then let's proceed to vote. Honorable Chairman Nez, how do you vote? Delegate Rick Nez, votes green. Question, thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Begay, how do you vote? Teal votes green. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Begay. Honorable Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart, how do you vote?
Green.
Green. Thank you for that. Okay, committee members, we have a vote of 4 in favor, opposing none, there are none. Vice Chair not voting. So we adjourn this meeting at 5:03 p.m. Staff to Tahi yet recorder now, Mr. Tahi.
Vice Chair Walker, members of RDC, our new legislative assistant that will be assisting us, her name is Karen Chi.
Okay, is she on the call?
Vice Chair Walker, she is on the call.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Chi, for your assistance today. Although all the listeners, all the meeting attendees, the presenters, so we stand adjourned and we will call it a day, Shananta. Thank you and take care. We'll see you soon. Hagono.